Hello everybody and welcome to round number 3 of the Altibox Norway chess tournament. We do have big games, and what I noticed, we have a lot of games between people that haven't played each other much, so a lot of firsts today.
A lot of firsts, and also before this round I decided to play the statistician's role, and I did the preparation for the little scores you'll see behind the cartoons, hopefully, and there was a big surprise in there for me. We'll get to that at some point,
Let's get to it right now. Two games stand out in my opinion. One is Magnus Carlsen against Niels Grandelius, world champion, of course, always stands out, as also the battle between the Scandinavian number 1 against the Scandinavian number 3. Their first encounter. They've already started, so Niels played a funny little opening, which we're gonna talk about more in a minute, because I'm sure this has not been seen much at the super tournament level, the move to knight f6. The other game, I think, is the one you implied is the game between Kramnik and Giri, because Giri, if he has one Angstgegner, as we say in German, it is Vladimir Kramnik. He's lost, I believe, 6 games and
that's the
never
score.
won.
That's the score I got when I did some research. Apparently 6-0 in Vladimir's favor, with obviously a large number of draws, but still
4 draws.
Well, some draws, yeah. Okay, and such total domination in games between two players of, incredibly high stature is unusual.
It's almost Carlsen Nakamura proportions there. 6-0 is very serious.
6-0 is it's a huge score to have against somebody of Anish's strength.
Also, we shouldn't forget, I don't think anybody's forgotten, you get constant reminders. Anish doesn't lose a lot of games normally. He did lose yesterday, so he has 50%, but before that he was on an unbeaten and unbeating streak of 20 games, so today is going to be a big test for him.
Yeah, and it's a curious choice if you want to stick with that game for a second.
Sure.
This is the position they have on the board right now, and it's a little bit of a curious choice because Anish has been playing quite a lot of G3 Grunfeld himself as white. So Vladimir's decision to sort of try and beat him with his own weapon is curious.
Let's backpedal a little bit. So the position after c4, c6 here, you have loads of experience in all these lines.
Yeah.
C takes d or queen b3. B3 sort of a recent trend.
No, I think it actually disappeared a little bit. I think it was very, very popular around maybe 2010.
That's what I mean with recent. Yeah.
But it has been somewhat replaced by queen b3 among people who don't want to play the proper exchange G3 Grunfeld. And queen b3 this is what Anish himself played against me in the candidates. And he's been doing that regularly. We had a very interesting game against Maxim vachier-lagrave in that line recently, well, reasonably recently. So, and for me, I mean, the story even starts one move earlier, because Vladimir had, decent amount of success with this weird little move c2, c3. He used it to beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in a European Club Cup game last year, and he also played it in one of the games, I think, in Qatar. And came close to winning, but didn't win, I want to say. I'm not entirely sure. So when I saw the position after castles today, I thought it will be very interesting to see if Vladimir continues, doing this for a while. But he decided to switch to main lines. And after b3, this is, I think, the most critical reply.
Yeah, people recently, mainly via other move orders, but we've seen a lot of slower setups, bishop f5, knight b7, knight e4. Black comes close to equalizing, but white has some ideas.
Yeah.
Anish is a principled guy, so if there is a sharp line fighting for equality, he's going to go for it. And you can tell us what's going on here. d5 is no good, that much I know.
Yeah, d5 is probably not a good move. Bishop b2 is by far the main line here, and this is what I recommend for black in my video series for the Grunfeld video series. But the move order I recommend there starts with queen b6, queen b3, and I think knight e4 here, and the line goes e3, knight c6, knight e5, knight d6, and it becomes very forcing from here on out. There's been a number of high-level games discussing this position, and I believe it holds for black. But Anish has different ideas. He played c takes d4, knight takes d4, and knight c6, challenging the white's centralized knight immediately.
But doesn't it lose a pawn?
Well, that's the question. I don't think white can actually afford. Vladimir has already taken on c6. Black will recapture in a moment. This is the only move. And now I think if you take on c6, there's a lot of counterplay. Bishop h3 could be possible. Starting with rook b8 also makes sense. So I think something like queen c1 or knight d2 is more likely.
Haven't they played this position? This looks very familiar. Some game Caruana against Ding Liren, for example, knight d2, queen c1, and he was getting a little pressure with white.
Yeah, generally, white aims to get some kind of a setup. The knight goes to d2, then it goes to b3, and white claims that because he has the better bishops, the bishop on c8 might get developed to e6, but with the pawn on c4 reasonably well protected, especially if white plays something like queen c1, the bishop on g2 is better than the bishop on e6. And if the dark square bishops come off, which they sometimes do if the knight goes away from f6, the remaining light pieces seem to favor white at least a little bit, and white is aiming to get a small but stable advantage in some kind of a quiet position like this. It's not going to be much there.
We're certainly not in a quiet position here in the Stavanger forum, so apologies if ours aren't the only voices you can hear, but probably who wants to hear just us for many hours straight? People welcome the little distraction. Kramnik and Giri, theory battle, two of the most booked up guys in the world. The other theory battle I'm a bit curious about is the one between Magnus Carlsen and Niels Grandelius. Have you ever faced this move, 2 knight to f6?
No, I actually had occasion to discuss it with other people because friends of mine occasionally play against people who have this in their repertoire. And my kind of a staple reply when asked what to do against this is, I don't know, I've never looked at this. So I can only repeat it again today. We all assume this is not particularly good because it hasn't really been played at the top level, and nobody really is willing to defend this at the very top. But I think the way Niels is playing this, it's very difficult to refute. I think it's playable. The old main line, the sharp main line, after e5, knight d5, knight c3, black can go for this crazy old line, starting with e6, takes, d4, knight c6, takes, bishop c5, queen d5, queen b6. But this, I think, has proven to be mathematically incorrect, and white gets a very large advantage here if he knows what he's doing. But by choosing this very close structure with knight c6, and then there's the quiet way to develop here by playing, let's say, e6, b6, bishop b7, queen c7, castle long. White has very free development. He's probably slightly ahead in development for a while. But black's structure is, because he really doesn't, cross the fifth for a while, black's structure is very, very solid, no weaknesses, nothing really to play against, at least immediately. So it's not an easy nut to crack.
I'm actually slightly surprised by Magnus's third move, because most people in this position prefer the move knight to c3. If black goes knight c6, you get back to a normal Sicilian after d4. So to make this an independent line, the specialists here play the move d5, and the refutation attempts have mainly been happening here in positions like this.
Check, bishop d7, knight e5, I think, yeah?
Knight e5, bishop takes b5.
Queen
all
f3,
kinds of things have been tried, queen f3, f6, and now knight takes b5, with a mess really, but black has sort of been defending these positions.
Knight a6, yeah, it becomes incredibly, queen h5 check here wins material, but black gets a lot of positional compensation for it. Like takes, queen d7, I think, is the main line here, and it's a really weird line, which I think would suit Niels quite a bit, because he likes to create mayhem as early as possible generally, and but it could also be objectively decent. We don't really know. I mean, I never really studied this in any kind of detail.
Yeah, the computer likes white in these positions, but it hasn't officially been refuted, and probably it's not in Magnus's style to go for a forcing line leading to some unclear position if he doesn't have to. So what they have now is a little more positional. You've mentioned the plan. We'll see how it goes. It gives.
But in regards to what I said, I'm somewhat curious about Niels's last move, because after bishop f4, which is fairly normal here,
he played queen b6.
He went queen b6. Whoa. And this is interesting because, well, the point, as I understand it, is Niels is trying to force some kind of a concession like rook b1 or b3, probably rook b1 more likely than b3. And then castling queenside will become much less attractive, or in case of rook b1, simply impossible for legal reasons for white. And the queen will probably still go to c7 later on.
Yeah, subtleties.
I'm also very curious if white could just ignore this and start, I don't know, bishop c4 maybe. The question is if black actually wants to take on b2 or not, but maybe he can.
You could even argue that bishop c4 is a minor concession, that it's not the ideal square for the bishop after e6, bishop e7.
That is also true.
And also, let's just take it.
Take castles, take the other one as well.
Take it.
Yeah. Queen e2, I guess, but it's very slow. And after e6, once again, we come back to my previous point. Yes, black has spent a lot of tempi on developing the knight on g8, which it then traded for the white knight, and the black queen has made like 4 moves in a row here. But it is 2 pawns, and there are no weaknesses to play against.
2 pawns are 2 pawns, as they say. So I don't expect Magnus to do that. He's gonna defend the pawn.
Yeah, probably rook b1.
Then develop like this. And the game is just starting.
Yeah, the whole fight is ahead of us here, obviously.
Another opening I'm surprised by is the game Levon Aronian versus Li Chao. As far as I know, their second encounter. Levon won the only game they've ever played. But what did surprise me is in this position, mainline Slav, knight c3. Here, pretty much everybody plays e6, d takes c4, or a6. Yeah. And you're not supposed to go g6 before white played e3 normally. Because after g6, this bishop is committing himself to the g7 square, and in a structure where black doesn't get in c5, let's say, this has been played.
This is exactly what Levon has done in reply, yeah. Takes.
This bishop is not supposed to be great on this diagonal. And for me, as an exchange Slav aficionado, if you can force black to go g6, bishop g7, you're normally quite happy.
That would be my understanding as well. I studied the exchange Slav at some point quite seriously, and you feel you've gotten everything you will ever get in this opening if you get a position like this. It's still not,
not winning, but this bishop is slightly misplaced. Is the point, because it doesn't support any pressure against the center. Bishop b5 is a curious choice. The most famous game in this line is a game between Vladimir Kramnik on the white side and none other than Levon Aronian on the black side, which went something like this. And Kramnik won a nice game. At some point Levon could maybe have equalized, but he didn't enjoy the experience very much, I'm sure.
No.
So I'm curious why he deviates. But bishop b5 is also a very typical idea, just trying to put pressure on this knight and maybe inflict a weakness even with taking there.
Bishop d7 has been played in reply, and
why bishop d7? Is he really worried about this?
I have a feeling he must be, because otherwise you don't play bishop d7.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe he is, but it looks like very early to give that bishop.
Well, you're not forced to, and if white castles instead, I think you will still play against this capture. Although, let's say, if we include castles.
Yeah.
If we include castles.
Queen b6 looks like
knight h5 is also a move. I was trying to make this point, that knight h5 becomes an option. Although bishop c6, knight f4, there's bishop takes b7, which I forgot about. But maybe knight h3 check. Maybe you can make an argument that black will get some compensation here.
Look at you spicing this position up in 3 moves.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for, no? To make no sense and, avoid positional play whenever possible.
I certainly won't join any of those adventures. I would just move the bishop away. You threaten to take my bishop, I'll go away.
Well, I can still take it by chasing it all the way to g3, but or not. Yeah, that is true. But yeah, we're getting somewhat carried away, because the position on the board is bishop d7, castles. Something like h3 looks logical to me here. Because
normally you play h3 sooner or later.
It's a useful move in almost any position, and particularly in this structure, you want to, as Jan has demonstrated with arrows. Arrows are better than wards, obviously, but I'll still say that creating a square for the bishop if it gets attacked by knight h5 is generally considered to be very useful in all these structures.
Even though, you could argue that at the moment this pawn is on priest, you don't need it, but it's a nice move to have also.
Yeah, you generally include it in almost any position, But rook c1 is not a mistake, obviously, and there's maybe
you can think about
maybe even knight e5, because knight e5 is very concrete. Black cannot really take on e5 and take on b5 because ef6 will win material, and therefore knight e5 creates immediate issues for black. Probably rook c8. The thing is, black is not always unhappy if the bishop on d7 gets traded for a knight. So I'm not entirely sure we need to spend 2 tempi doing this.
You can't take with the knight.
You can't take with the knight, but you can take with the queen, and then it becomes a bit of a tempo thing, because If black manages to drive the pieces back, he'll probably be fine, but knight a4 might be very awkward here.
These positions, yeah. If black gets a6, b5, knight a5, he's okay. But if white is in time to either play knight a4 directly, or maybe I still want to play a3, then do it later, black can be in trouble. So
Sure.
there is many ideas for white here, and I'm not sure. Chao probably didn't feel ready for a theoretical battle versus live on Aronian, and therefore he chose the sideline with g6. But you have to pay the price that you're under pressure.
Yeah. No, it's a definite trade-off. You avoid Levin's preparation, which is something you might want to do, but yeah, by playing g6 here, you commit to a position where you will be slightly worse, and you'll have to play very accurately.
Let's move to the games we have not yet seen, and great news for you Berlin aficionados out there. We've been getting lots of complaints the first couple of rounds. Why is there no Berlin endgame? I really miss them. And finally it's here. Pavel Eljanov against MVL have entered the infamous Berlin endgame h3. Peter, you as the only top player in the world who does not play the Berlin, what do you have to say in your defense?
Well, isn't that an overstatement? It might not actually.
I've checked this at some point.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll wear that as a badge of honor of some sort. But yeah, I mean, we've discussed this at length. It's a very solid opening. There's nothing wrong with it. People, I mean, the fact that people have started very seriously studying the gioco piano now is a very good indicator of just how well the Berlin has been doing recently. So
this is the gioco piano, in case you were wondering.
There's been an explosion of activity in the gioco piano with a number of very high-rated games in Vaig, followed by 3 or 4, I think, in Moscow candidates. So, and already a number here. So yeah, people don't really want to play the Berlin with white. But today MVL is taking the principled fight, and
he's a principled guy, and he has been going for the white side of this quite a bit, however with limited success. He's tried it a couple times during the London Chess Classic. Then he lost a crucial playoff game to Giri on the white side of this, even though he still won that match. So maybe he feels it's a question of honor to be tackling it, but many people have tried their hand over the years. Black has lots of solid lines.
Sure. No, I think, and once again we're on familiar ground there. I think the only one who's had like a sustained period of success against the Berlin is Alexander Grishuk, who won a number of games against very, very tough opposition, and
Caruana won a couple of games as well. I guess we have to name the main opponents of this opening.
Sure, but Grishuk also beat Caruana with it, with white, which is, it should count double.
So we don't count Caruana as an expert unless he beats Grishuk with white now as well.
You could maybe make an argument for that. So those two, yeah, I think, yeah, I was unfair there to Fabiano. Those two are I think the two players who consistently got somewhere against the Berlin, even though obviously not in every game. And one of the recent Grishuk games against the Berlin, the white game against Nakamura,
was kind of lost by move 20.
Yeah, he was much worse by move 15 and lost by move 20, which can also sometimes happen.
General, there's two problems with the Berlin. First of all, computers don't help you very much here. They always say 0.30 for white, but good luck converting that 0.30 in any random position. Second is black has a choice between like 8 lines, and they're all playable. Like bishop d7 is a move, knight e7 is a move, h6 is a move, h5 is a move, king e8 is a move, bishop e7 is a move, b6 is a move, and I might even be forgetting one. Even though I think that covers it. But all these lines are good, and Pavel, he likes his move bishop e7. He's played it in the past, I believe, against Mickey Adams and Vaig, for example, intending often a quick exchange of these knights.
Yeah, there was. He also played against Grishuk in the European in the European teams in Reykjavik last November, and he wasn't in a reasonable amount of trouble there before for sort of practical reasons, because it was a team event. Alexander decided to simplify and make a draw to secure the all-important match win for the Russian side.
I'm always a little intrigued, because I thought one of the big reasons for starting with h3 and not knight c3, which people have been shifting towards, is that after bishop e7 you have this extra move g4 here.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
And now you take, and people do all kinds of weird stuff here, c4 or more principled knight d2.
Knight
bring
d2,
the
knight
knight
f3
here.
in particular, yeah. And yeah, it's curious that MVL decides to completely ignore all this, but he works on chess very, very diligently, so I guess he came to the conclusion that this holds.
Yeah, and Pavel has had games here probably, showing the plan for black. But knight c3, now knight to h4. This is considered to be a rocky, solid line. Takes.
Rocky solid. Guessing your movie references in early.
No, they changed that expression to Creed solid, but I'm not sure everybody would be following that, so I'll stick with rocky solid. Rook a1 check, king to e8. Normally, yeah, if this knight gets exchanged and black plays h5 especially, the king is happy sticking around on e8 to cover the f7 pawn and some squares here. The problem for black is going to be to either exchange this rook somehow, bishop out, rook d8, bishop c8, you sometimes see, or to, how to put it, to not get crushed in the center before he's developed, basically. Knight e2, I think, has been played, and sometimes if black is careless, you see something like an early e6 breakthrough and checkmate, but the experts tend to be able to avoid that.
Yeah, this will be, I think, a very balanced game for a while. I think we're unlikely to see, a huge swing in fortunes early in this game. It's all
theory. All of this
yeah.
has been played. I recall some stuff with knight d4 when c5, knight b5 is a problem, so they go a6.
Yeah, a6 or bishop d7.
And yeah, white hasn't been getting anything much.
I was actually sort of quietly thinking about this, and what happens here if we go f4, c5, knight b3?
Sometimes I don't go c5, but bishop c5, but here we're in time
No,
for
I think if
f5.
you allow f5, you're in a great deal of trouble. But here I have knight b3, which is an important tempo, probably forcing you to go b6. And then I can play f5.
Curious about this.
Knight takes. Rooks, I'm not sure, maybe d2. Or bishop takes, bishop f5.
I guess white is a little better after
Rook f d1, yeah, but
my king is awkward.
Yeah, this king position is a bit of a problem for black, but it might not be very much. f6 might be a move here. Although no, f6 I will enter via the e file. No, you can't do that at least immediately. Check, check, and at least the c7 pawn falls. So
probably. Well, even this is not winning automatically, but you don't want that.
Yeah,
So,
but we're getting very, very carried away here.
You can tell we are not the world's leading specialists on this opening because, yeah, you have to know the subtleties. Like, else you might go here and then all of a sudden they do this. And it can be checkmate. But both guys surely have done plenty of homework, have lengthy files on this position.
Yeah, we'll see what develops.
How were the recent games? Yeah, I'll stop looking at this in a second. I recall some games with some g5, g4 ideas here hitting.
Yeah, I'm not sure in which exact position, but this plan does exist. Yeah, it also works to stop the f4, f5 plans, obviously. So it's not just an attacking idea, so to speak. There's still a game we haven't touched at all yet, so we should probably go there. There's a game between Pentala Harikrishna and Veselin Topalov in which this is the position on the board. It looks a bit
surprisingly first game ever between those two guys.
Yeah, but Hari is, he's not that young anymore, but he is still somewhat new to the elite scene, and perhaps he hadn't really had too many opportunities to play, people like Veselin. So, but he is getting them now, deservedly.
So let's look at the opening. It's the main line of main lines, the Nimzo Indian with e3 castles, bishop d3. What do they call this? The Rubinstein variation?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the position you could get later on is just called the tabia, but they didn't get to the tabia.
The tabia is castles, knight c6.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
That's what you never want to get against any Russian player, because they even have a Russian word for it, so they all know everything about this.
That's not a Russian word.
Tabia is not a Russian word?
No, it's.
I only hear Russians using it.
It's still an Indian word, though.
Really?
Yeah,
learned
pretty sure it is.
But CD5 is a sideline, which I don't know much about. My instinct would be to go CD4 and knight takes D5. This is a theoretical position, which probably Topi didn't want.
which supposed to be fine for black,
Yeah.
I think.
This is considered to be alright here. Queen c2, I would guess.
Yeah. Although here with the h7 hanging.
Yeah, maybe, because normally you get this without black having castle,
Yeah.
so maybe there's some nuances here. And if you go e d5, it looks innocuous, but often white is better here.
Yeah, no, these positions are quite venomous, and you don't really want to get any of that. I mean, there's also just the no, but knight takes d5 without c takes d4 doesn't quite look right. So
No, still queen c2.
yeah, still queen c2, and it's the same issue. So e takes d5, which is what Veselin picked, is a very sensible approach. D takes c by Hari.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to some of the lines you see in the tabi, but with pawn on a2, white will get an extra tempo if black does something like knight c6, castles, and let's say takes on c3 and goes bishop g4. The fact that you had to take on c3 before being prompted to do so will obviously be very much in white's
Yeah,
favor.
this looks like a bad version.
Yeah, this looks like a position you normally get with black's move, so you don't want to do that.
Of course you can take here, but if white manages to develop quickly in these isolated queen's pawn positions, he can hope for a small advantage. I'm not sure what the precise way to do it is here.
yeah.
b3, I would guess, bishop b2, rook c1. It's a game, but black has to prove that he's active enough here to equalize. So knight bd7, he's trying to cash in on the fact that the knight still hasn't moved and can go to c5, keeping the option of bishop c3 alive.
Hari immediately deals with this by going bishop d2, so that change of structure is no longer available to black. Knight c5, bishop e2. Now a3 is a huge positional threat.
Yeah. This might look strange, but since black committed to this, he has to spend more time to save his bishop. If you have to take here, you're lost, more or less.
So he goes knight e6, a3, the bishop goes back to e7, castles.
Here I'm curious, I'm sure the guys know what they're doing, but my first instinct would be to get rid of this isolated pawn as quickly as possible.
And you actually do force white to take, because otherwise d3 wins a piece. So yeah, e takes d4 is forced, knight takes d4, probably also knight takes d4 is forced, because you don't want to give up the e2 bishops for
That
bishop
I'm
for
not sure about. Maybe you could make a case for some move like bishop g5, but
yeah, bishop
maybe
g5,
not.
bishop g5 could be a move, but I mean the first move you consider is knight d4, queen d4, and something like bishop f3 or bishop e3 here, I guess, or maybe knight b5, but knight b5, queen h4 probably.
Queen h4 against anything. If you have to exchange, it can get a little dangerous. You're a little behind in development. The white bishops are very nice. Queen h4 looks solid to me.
Yeah, it's curious that Veselin just ignored this option altogether without too much thinking, but this is Veselin we're talking about.
He's also not the type to simplify early if he has a choice.
That was exactly my point. Yeah, this is, he likes playing positions with plenty of pieces on the board, and
a6, very normal move for these structures, taking control of the b5 square and also preparing to play b5 and bishop to b7.
Yeah, definitely in some positions black might want to do that. Maybe even immediately here.
I think that's the next move, if nothing.
Rook c1 has been played, and once again d4 is possible, but you probably
A little less attractive.
yeah, you probably want to do it immediately or not at all. So we think b5, and
The question is, how do you reshuffle your pieces here? Sometimes you play slowly, something like queen c2, rook d1, queen b1, bishop e1. Doesn't look like a world beater, but
no, I'm wondering about knight d4.
really?
But that probably, I mean, takes, and yeah, you probably, I should wait until you play bishop b7.
Yeah,
at
with the
least.
bishop
Yeah,
here,
yeah,
that's possible, but here bishop f5.
Yeah, no, that was just ridiculous. Let's make some kind of a waiting move.
Do you have one?
That was my, well, problem is maybe strong, but yeah.
So
What
let's
about-
say queen b3?
Hang on a second. I want to try something incredibly artificial. Can I play knight a2 here?
Can.
I mean, I know it's allowed by rules, but...
94,
and laws.
bishop b4.
Yeah, my point is, of course, to play bishop b4 against whatever you play next move. And that bishop trade should favor white, at least like in positional terms, it definitely favors white. The question is, let's say bishop b7, bishop b4. Is
Question
d4,
is
yeah,
d4.
Is d4 a move or not?
I'm not sure if it is, though.
Yeah, knight takes. I don't want to take on a7 yet. I think
Why
you
not?
should... Queen takes?
Knight takes.
Or like rook d8, knight f5 you want
That's
to.
what I wanted.
Yeah.
Looks like a pawn to me.
Yeah, there are no good squares for the queen. If I could play something like queen c5, I'd be quite happy.
I understand.
But queen e8, yeah, queen e8, queen e1, I don't like this position very much, yeah. And if instead of rook a d8 I go, if I take on d4 and play rook, whichever rook to d8, probably f actually, because here you have queen a7, which could be, I don't know.
I'm not believing any of it either way.
I can understand why you wouldn't, but yeah, like queen f4 or something. Yeah, it's very, very short term. I mean, here there's rook d2, but you have rook c7, yeah? You have rook c7. Yeah, I mean, black does get some short term initiative, but if it fizzles out...
It really has to work.
Yeah,
if it resign, give me one more move.
Yeah, sure, rook knight c3 or rook fg1, and it's just a healthy pawn for nothing. So yeah, I mean, if black plays b5, I think knight a2 could be a very, very interesting idea for white.
Yeah, start with this now.
You can, but let's say I play... Okay, let's take everything. You're taking?
I wasn't sure if I am actually, but yeah.
Let's go bishop b4 anyway.
So bishop f3.
Or bishop, yeah, or bishop f3, you have bishop g4 maybe.
Ah, okay, didn't see it. But here, how bad can it be? Maybe
it could be quite
bad.
It could be quite bad actually, I think. I think this endgame you will not enjoy one bit. Bishop f3, rook d6 could be lost. I mean, it could actually be close to very bad.
Yeah.
I mean, those a6 and b5 pawns will come under tremendous pressure here. You might just lose one kind of fast here.
Don't like to lose my pawns.
So maybe if you play d4 after everything gets taken, you make a move of some like bishop b6, but then knight b4, knight c6.
I was a bit curious if I can, go here or even here.
Yeah, for positional compensation, something like bishop b7, but bishop b4 anyway.
Queen d5 is not a threat.
Yeah, queen d5
would be.
Yeah, queen d5, bishop f3. I welcome this development.
Then I must find a trick. Maybe there are no
I'm not
tricks.
sure there are any tricks. I mean, you will have some positional compensation if you play something like rook e8 or something.
Yeah, but still, you're worse.
It's a pawn.
Okay, not so easy. So maybe interesting opening choice by Hari. I must confess, I've spent some time here, but I've never studied this cd5 move. I was just under the assumption it's nothing.
I'm simply not a Nimzo player whatsoever, so or at all, whichever comes first.
Interesting idea, and Vesely taking his time. He's not going to be too thrilled having to defend the slightly worse endgame you probably get with d4.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can make a move, of course. Bishop
I mean,
d7,
there are options.
d8,
Bishop d7. Although I wanted to say bishop c5 a7 could be an idea, but having just played bishop b7, you probably don't want to spend too.
Here, I'm also in time to harass you instantly.
Yeah, bishop a7
before
and knight c5 or something. Yeah. Not ideal. And Vesely plays b6.
6.
Which is, I guess, an improvement on what we were discussing.
It doesn't allow your idea.
Well, it allows it, but the pawns will not be as weak. And there's also an option of a5 if you really want to do this. You can play a5 here. I still think knight a2 is something worth considering. It's not ridiculous even here, but yeah, I think b6 is more prudent than b5.
I'm also curious if I can get away with, just
bishop
sort of
b7,
developing my pieces.
Rook fg1, yeah, but then I probably go something like, I need to plan something on e4.
I don't care, frankly.
I understand that. You're not a caring person. But
no, but my point is 94. I understand takes is probably good, but even if this happens, so what?
No, sure, I wanted to start with knight c5, drive it to a2, but it actually doesn't help me very much.
No, what I'm saying is I think these positions are quite unpleasant. If you can't get in an early d4, and I have doubts you can, because these guys are so weak.
Yeah, with the inclusion of a6 and b6, I'd be extremely surprised if d4 worked anywhere. Although, I mean, bishop b7, rook fg1 may be here, but there's even bishop e1. You don't even need to take.
Right.
There's also this although knight c5, d3 could be an idea in reply.
Can I take?
Take. I mean, I wanted to go for some kind of mate, but there's just no mate, right? Queen d4, bishop e3, and just take on b6 next move. Yeah, I don't have enough pieces to sustain any kind of an attack on the king side.
No, I like Hari's opening play, actually. It motivates me a little bit to take a look at this line, because, yeah, it looks like simple enough for white to play, and black has the long-term structural damages, so black has to be precise.
Yeah. It's also, I think, in particularly good choice against Vesselin, because as we mentioned, on move 12, somebody more, inclined that way would have played d4, and this is probably holdable.
Yeah, or, yeah, you could even, I'm not sure, I've never looked at this, but I'm sure there's like lines that could come into consideration, stuff like this.
Sure.
Yeah, so far it looks like Hari, he asked to be called Hari, I asked him yesterday, has won the opening battle, and can we say the same for Levan Aronian? Some strange developments here.
I'm thinking he might be seriously better now.
I have that feeling too.
Like knight d7 forces knight takes c3, I think.
Yeah, but if you get this structure you get from some other line of the exchange Slav.
No, but this is
looks like a tempo up.
Potentially very unpleasant. Even something very straightforward like queen a4 with the idea of just taking on c6 twice and...
No, yeah, you have to stop that.
Yeah, c4.
Because the point is, if, let's make a dumb move like a6 takes, black can never really challenge the b file here, and this is
it's
sort of the dream of any exchange Slav player to get this structure. Even if black goes e5 and whatever, white does nothing, it's very hard to keep everything under control.
Yeah.
So you have to go rook fc8, or I think rook fc8 to stop that.
c4.
Yeah.
But this might be half decent. Both a6 and d takes c4 is also a move.
So we might survive.
Yeah. The point of his current move is, in the position they have on the board right now, knight e5, knight e4. Knight takes e4 will be met by knight takes e5. This is a tactical justification for what Chao has been doing, and knight takes e7, because otherwise black just loses material.
And here with these bishops off, you could still argue white
knight b6 though,
microscopically better, but black should cope somehow.
Yeah.
Still, even here I take white, but...
No, absolutely, but it's not as much of an issue.
So, choice here for Levan. Bishop takes c6, is this a move?
Also exists, yeah, I was also wondering about that. Knight c3, probably b takes, and regardless of what you take with, we probably
trying to get that structure.
We are getting it, I think, yeah.
This is a better version for black, but still, these things tend to be unpleasant unless you are very, very fast.
Maybe even start with queen a4 so that there's never any c5
c5 maybe.
Yeah.
No, this tends to be
this
pretty
is
bad news.
Yeah, this is not going to be fun at all. So this option exists for sure, and there could be something stronger. But let's revisit some of the other games before we get stuck with this. Magnus went queen c1, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, it probably feels like rook b1 is not really the move you want to play, and you don't want to give that pawn, but queen c1 is also not the move you want to play.
Yeah, and the thing is, it makes me wonder if he actually wants to castle queenside, because queen c1 to me says you will eventually play queen c7, to which I will reply queen d2, and we get what we would have gotten had you started with queen c7 straight away, and I keep my option of castling queenside alive.
So let's make some moves. e6, I don't know, here
Bishop
probably
d3, I guess, yeah, queen c7. Yeah, queen
here,
queen d2, queen d2 or queen e3. Queen e3 also makes good, a lot of sense.
Like this, so we keep some options.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Also, h4, h5 is a very typical expansion on the king side. White does on a very regular basis.
So maybe Niels should wait a bit with queen c7.
h4. Yeah.
4.
I think this is the
Six,
so-called waiting move here. Rook h3, g3 becomes very much part of the agenda if you do that. So
yeah, black is running out of moves because you have to go for this queen c7, b6, bishop b7 plan.
Yeah, you can't not develop your queen side for 20 moves. You will have to start doing it eventually.
So yeah, Carlsen not shocked by queen b6. It seems like found a precise move. Niels gonna have to show us how to handle this opening.
Yeah, and in the Kramnik Giri game there has been development along the lines that we described. Takes knight g2, queen c7 has been played by Anish, queen a4, and now Anish changed the structure. Well, not changed the structure, but sort of modified it a little bit by moving the pawn from 6 to c5. It could also get attacked on c5, but
White has to sort of active. Black manages to develop, whatever, even bishop d7, bishop c6, then the tiny advantage White has can disappear.
also knight d7, knight b6 in many positions, with the bishop on e6 in particular. If black goes bishop e6, then this plan of swinging the knight over to b6 and attacking the c4 pawn becomes very much a part of black's plans. And we shouldn't forget actually about the threat of rook b4. I just realized that
I didn't see that.
there's an immediate thing that needs to be addressed. I'm not sure if black actually wants to go rook b4, rook takes c4 immediately, but he might. So it's at
You
least
can go here just to...
yeah, or a3. I don't know which one is stronger. Probably bishop c3 actually. Yeah.
I like just having this option, even though probably it's not a threat yet. But yeah, bishop c3, bishop e6. Anything going on?
I'm not sure. And the projectors prevent me from... not prevent me, I can actually still see that. Anish is on an hour and 38 according to my...
Vision.
yes. Which would suggest that he is still very much repeating his preparation.
I think this guy Anish, he sometimes studies some theory.
Yeah, it's a fair assumption in most of his games.
He's also not at the board. Looks like Kramnik is taking his first time out. Probably Anish. This is kind of the thing. You want to surprise your opponent first and then go for a little triumphant walk around, grab a coffee, pretend to study the other games and enjoy your opponent spending 20 minutes trying to find something.
Yeah, this is such a great strategy that I normally employ it around move 5.
I do that sometimes, yeah. I play a line. I don't normally play get up and pretend like you did not expect me to castle here.
Yeah. You just make whatever move you can make, and if your opponent is not fast enough to keep you at the board, you get up and you go on a walkabout.
Exactly.
It's huge part of psychological warfare that is chess.
It's crushing.
Yes.
Still, Anish doesn't have the psychological advantage against Kramnik because their score is very much in Kramnik's favor. But always good to have your opponent think first. Nevertheless.
Sure.
Which game do you want to go to?
I'm not entirely sure, because we are sort of current on all 5. There's been a move in the Berlin, but it's not an earth-shattering move. We could update that game, but
part of the program, rook e1. You don't want to commit your knight to either here or here, but you want your rook on e1 to support e6 pushes. Even though it doesn't support f5 pushes.
Exactly, yeah. Unless you can actually make a 4 or 5 work, and we were seeing some lines there which could maybe attempt to realize that lifelong dream of planting the f2 pawn on f5, but.
Pavel is showing understanding. This is a so-called prophylactic move against knight d4 because now you're on time to go c5.
Yeah, he gets his vengeance in first, so to speak.
Isn't this, maybe this is the line we've been seeing recently, something like this.
And you probably want to stop bishop c5, and then you can develop reasonably calmly with bishop e6, rook d8 next 2 moves, for instance.
I like black here.
Yeah, in this position I would probably choose black if I had to choose. I think knight d3 maybe even slightly inaccurate because it really has no moves from d3.
So what else can you do?
I'm not sure. I mean, rook f1 does kind of limit your ideas to knight jumps connected with e6. Is e6 a move here? Yeah, I mean probably not. Yeah, knight f4. And just rook d8, and even if we do manage to win this pawn back, it probably isn't going to be very much. Yeah? Like takes. I wanted to take on d8, I think, and go bishop d4. Maybe immediately or after taking on e6. Let's take on e6 first, and go bishop d4.
I wouldn't be shocked if even something like this has already been done before, but this looks like a little something for
Yeah, no, this looks sensible, but I think we were slightly too casual after knight f4.
Maybe this.
You can do this, but I still go bishop d4, and I think I do win my pawn.
Now you
back.
should start with it, so don't have king f. So.
Yeah, that was my idea at least.
And yeah, if you have to go for something like this, at least white is supposed to be better. If you convert it, it's a different question, but now white has this pure pawn majority.
Yeah, I don't know what the stats are on this precise endgame and the split between white wins and draws, and I guess black maybe holds more than he loses, but white definitely wins some of those positions.
So e6, but I could also do this.
Yeah, you can definitely take with the pawn. You always can take with the pawn.
I have this square, and I might be quite happy actually.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, knight f4. No, hang on. My idea was not knight f4. My idea was bishop f4.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, sorry, I'm forgetting my. We'll forget my own head next, as they.
Yeah, I'm not sure how greedy I should be, because here you
Knight
get
d4, knight
quite
f3.
a bit of activity. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm happy with white here. I think e6 might be an interesting move. I'm not sure it works, but I think it might be an interesting possibility for white here.
Still not sold on this position. Maybe it should be though. If I play someone like this,
Let's take on c7. b3, I think they play.
Yeah, it can be slightly worse here.
Well, I think you are. I think here in particular, I think black would not be at all satisfied with the outcome of the opening.
That's fair. So yeah, here is a little move. Let's see if MVL goes for this. Sometimes they ignore this pawn, but this doesn't feel like one of these cases because here there's knight.
Yeah, it very much depends on whether black can deal with knight f4, g6 properly.
Still, how did we do this? e6, bishop e6,
Knight f4. There's rook h6 there.
Yeah, this feels like a good time to look. Rook h6, bishop d4, and king f8 or something.
Yeah, or g5 even. No, I think rook h6 might be a reason to maybe try rook knight d4, but after knight d4 I will run into a different problem. If I go knight d4 then rook d8.
Yeah, no, you don't have the square.
Yeah, rook d8 gains in strength a great deal. Like.
Also, am I losing here?
No, I was about to ask you the same question. This might also be possible. Bishop g5, f6, and yeah, I don't see how I break through.
You can go here, maybe.
Yeah, just rook c8. Actually, I don't even see how you win that pawn back. Black could just take it very slowly here, like rook e2, king f8, or something.
Yeah. No.
Black's position is still very solid. Yeah, I wonder if this is what MVL is currently considering, and if it's any good. I just, it occurred to me, and I thought it would be a decent idea to mention.
Thanks for sharing.
I'm very happy with how we're doing so far, because Hari played knight a2. I feel vindicated all over the place. Let's put it like this.
Tip. What did Levon do? When knight takes c6.
This is interesting, and I have a feeling, he got even an improved version of what we were discussing, because instead of b takes c3, he played queen d3 here.
BC, he wants queen takes and then target.
Yeah, I think he will get this, because knight e2 doesn't change anything, and allowing bishop takes b7 is insane. So, I mean, maybe knight e2 is arguably slightly better, because the queen will be on e2, but it will be white to move. So rook fc1, rook c3, rook ac1, it's also horrible.
No, this has been, I know it doesn't look like that much, but it's been an opening disaster for Li Chao. Yeah, I was suffering for free for the rest of the game.
Queen b6, rook fc1, rook fc8. Yeah.
c8 and there's many ways to increase the pressure here. It's just very pleasant. You can triple on the c file. You can start fishing for maneuvers like this.
Yeah, I think you start by rook c2, rook ac1. Bishop f8 I think needs to be played, because e6, bishop d6 I think you kind of resign.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, if you don't put your bishop on f8 first, you just completely gone. And here e6, it's not dead, but it's hugely unpleasant. Yeah, it's hugely unpleasant, because even if you play c5, the pin along the c file will be very difficult. Like let's say queen d3, c5, b3. A position like that.
It's also this move to think about.
Or here, c5 probably anyway, but if it doesn't lose, which I don't think it does.
Yeah, probably nothing direct.
So queen d3, c5, and just play b3 and ask black. But maybe rook c6, rook ac8 is in time.
Yeah, I feel we've slightly bungled it.
Yeah, so let's check after rook fc8. Maybe we can find something more concrete. I thought queen a3, rook c3, rook b3 is good, but bishop f8 comes in time. e5 is a bit of a threat.
Yeah.
So.
So did we overstate it slightly? This looks normal.
This looks fine. Bishop f8. Yeah, those moves are, I feel, very.
You never want to go b4
No,
here, even
no.
if it doesn't lose material, because it allows black to simplify. So now all of this looked fairly sensible.
But somehow it's not as bad for black as I somehow absolutely assumed it
And
would
also,
be.
yeah, you could make a case. It's obviously not his intention since he's played queen d3, but in general, I like this structure because black will not be able to
you want the
contest
queen on
b5.
a4 though.
Yeah, I understand. He's not going to go for this since he played queen d3. But I'm a bit curious if he had to go for this queen d3 subtlety, because I think this stuff is great for one.
Yeah, sure.
Rook b1, rook b3, rook b1. It's autopilot stuff.
But
even if black gets
still,
in
I mean,
c5.
if you remember our instinctive reaction a minute ago, we felt that queen d3 might be, might give white a huge advantage. So
No, that's just because in Levon we trust.
no, I honestly thought that was a very good idea.
So
I still
takes,
think
takes.
we could be missing something because it feels completely unfair to me if white is not hugely better here somehow. Bishop g5. Well, that probably is too subtle by half because rook e8 and then e5 becomes an idea.
I don't see anything. These are the normal moves.
Yeah. How can we? We should be. It does feel like there should be a subtle way to approach this, which will stop the e6, c5 plan.
The problem is now this bishop doesn't play as much of a role. Like it stops rook b8, but black doesn't really need rook b8 if he's playing for c5.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't know. Well, the black bishop's kind of useful all of a sudden after e6. I don't know. Might be nothing.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find a better way for white to deal with this, but
Maybe it's time to admit I was just kidding. I'll still go bc3, but he's just played queen c3, so.
yeah, curious.
Is there some different plan here? a4 is normally dumb because of a5.
a5, and also you play a5, black plays queen b5
Yeah,
and
yeah,
says
that's
thank
not
you.
cheap.
So let's revisit the Carlsen Grandelius game because this is Niels at his crazy.
f6?
Yeah, this I.
Can't do that. You don't open the position before you got any pieces out.
Yeah, this is incredibly weird.
Just develop, no?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily totally unplayable, but it's incredibly weird.
Normally you go e6, bishop e7,
Yeah.
queen c7, b6, bishop b7, then you think about f6.
Yeah, no, I mean with black
Well-
as undeveloped as Neil says, I really don't know what this is, to be honest.
Let me check the cam. And also we should probably check the time control. Maybe this is all still some freaky theory and he's been blitzing.
No, I think it's unlikely.
No, he spent time. He spent more than 20 minutes already, so that is very unlikely. Both guys at the board. That's very hard to read Magnus, because he always looks very sleepy until like 7 p.m. After that, his posture might change. Doesn't look impressed. But I can't believe this. This makes no sense. White is just 5 tempi up in development.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know what this is. I think.
This looks like a move Lawrence Trent would play.
Okay, let's not start sledging.
Overstated, yeah.
Let's not start sledging this early in the broadcast. But I don't know. Bishop b3, g5.
No.
I mean, I'm kind of searching for ways to justify it now in g4 and knight takes e5. But I mean, even if all this happens, I feel like I might be lost. Like knight h4, knight e5 takes queen g5 or something. It feels like
Well, maybe this is what he wants.
this is queen f6 and queen g4, g5
At
might
least
be.
you have a lot of pawns. in the
Might be
center.
playable. Go king d8, queen king c7, and pretend that it's all been part of a master plan. But
Still,
no, this position I can get behind. This position is unclear, but yeah, I don't know. But I mean, after bishop d3, how else do you justify having played it? I mean, playing
no, it
f6.
must be the idea. You're right. It's just
Because I mean, playing f6 and then playing e6 makes no sense whatsoever to my eyes. I mean, if you want to play e6, you start with e6 and then you consider your options.
Can you sacrifice some pieces?
Well, yeah, you can, but might not win. I don't know. In this particular position, there's even knight d8 fe7. I'm worried. Yeah, this is threatening. Let's put it like this. This is very threatening. Queen b2.
Yeah, I thought I'd castle.
Actually as a defensive move, not as an attacking move. Queen c3, but rook a1 or something. This is scary. Because black has basically two sets of pieces completely out of play, both rook a... I mean, yeah, once again. And Magnus goes bishop c4, which is a variation
Also
on a similar theme, yeah.
g5, maybe this is it's even stronger, not sure.
Yeah, but also... I don't know. This I can actually kind of half believe might be playable for black.
Also this move.
g4.
Yeah. That's all I got.
No,
I have a feeling this is principled.
Takes.
Yeah, we don't want to go f7 check.
No, you don't want to go f7 check. No, it stops the white's attack. Makes black's life much easier, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still want to go queen b2 c3 to at least attack the pawn on f6, but I think, you know, this should be incredibly slow, like rook fe1, king d8, there will be knight g5 f7, which will win immediate material back.
I'm not a natural born attacker, but here it feels like you mainly make logical moves. You rook d1 and bring the rooks. And
like e6, rook a g1, and yes, I mean, it's a piece, but black really has... Yeah, black really has no pieces in play apart from the queen and the knight on c6, and white has 5 pieces attacking, so, you know.
Yeah, Magnus is more known as a grinder, but make no mistake, if you give him a chance to attack, he will.
Yeah, no, he'll enjoy this. You know, there are very, very few people who don't like playing games like this, and, you know, Magnus has shown on a number of occasions that he knows where the king is and how to.
No, but f6, like this queen b6, I'm not sure if it's clever or not, because queen c1, I think, is a clever reply. But f6 just looks...
No, that I think is...
crazy risky to me.
That is, I think, an attempt to be way, way too clever in a position which did not really call for it. But, I mean, Niels could still make it work somehow. Maybe we're missing some kind of a...
No, I'm not saying it's losing, but it's just...
Actually, maybe the idea was that after bishop d3, black can take, and if you take with the knight, I can take, and play queen e6. And after queen e3, d6, I might get an endgame.
Okay,
and that endgame
looks acceptable.
Yeah, and that endgame will be playable. Probably still slightly better for white because of the development, but playable. And maybe also this is the explanation for bishop c4, because we're taking the e6 square away from the queen, and if black does the same, there will be no queen e6, no endgame, and probably no middle game, because you'll just get mated. Curious.
And black can't switch to playing slowly again, right? If you whatever, try e6.
You can, but it's
here you sort of want to play f5, and then having spent 2 tempi on getting your f pawn here, doesn't feel great either. Then again, here white still has to work to make something.
Sure, I think you probably need to switch to this. Set as you are, yeah, you could. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Castles, d5, bishop just goes somewhere. Yeah, d3 probably, or e2 or somewhere. Bishop d7, I guess. Yeah, I probably pick white here as well, but yeah, it's not as clear.
D4 is better, but it's a mess.
D4, e5, and white will have to play around this kind of pawn structure.
No, I think castle is a normal move, but then f5, like, you see the structure quite often, but you could argue that bishop is not ideal on c4 here because you want your knight. I don't know. Still not a big fan, but this might be the best chance.
Yeah, sure, but still, it makes you wonder why you would start with
play f5.
Okay, I mean play e6. Yeah, but if you want to move the f pawn, actually, yeah, play f5.
Maybe f5, e6
yeah.
is the problem.
d5 or d6, I don't know, d5.
Yeah.
I don't know. But okay, it's sort of a moot point by now.
Well, Niels plays this for a reason, because he's a creative guy and he wants to get opponents into positions where their normal plans don't apply. But I'm not sure Magnus is that good of a victim for that strategy.
Probably not. And okay, let's leave this B for a while, because the next move will also demonstrate whether, you know, how crazy the idea behind f6 was. If he switches to e6, I still feel it's probably a loss of a half tempo, but he could still get a playable position. But if he does something more ambitious like g5, we'll know.
We will know. Li Chao's played rook c8, which I find slightly curious, because my gut feeling is the other rook needs to go
I
here.
would start with queen b6 without
Don't
thinking.
have that square for the
I think it's a hugely important detail. The fact that
He wants to threaten c5, that must be the idea.
that is true there. It does create an
Go
immediate.
here. This looks like the normal move.
Yeah. Queen b6, rook fc1. Well, queen takes e7 is a move, actually. Let's not discard it out of hand, because I think it just might win a pawn. Black probably plays c5 in reply and tries to liquidate everything.
Yeah, this you have to be very careful. You could just be lost.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you could end up regretting this great deal, but there's also rook fc1 there instead. And if black has to play rook e8, we've won, I think, an all-important tempo compared.
Yeah, and here we can go rook c3, harass the
Yeah.
queen. If we need
On
to.
the other hand, I mean, black will get e5, but those heavy piece endgames like this, yeah, like takes, rook ac1, they are not enjoyable at all for black.
This position, I must have had hundreds of blitz games, and normally it's torture for black.
Yeah, no, this is quite bad, objectively.
The structure, I mean.
This particular position black might be able to escape because d4 is a move, but rook b3, queen d8, and hope to somehow leave through this. But yeah, it's a curious choice to go rook c8 here, especially so fast, because we really felt that queen b6, rook fc8 was the more harmonious setup. And Niels goes g5, and Magnus does not go e takes f6.
Whoa. Very disappointing.
Somewhat disappointing.
Might be a better move, but would have been fun if he sacrificed a piece.
Sure.
So Niels wants to go g4.
Yeah,
right?
otherwise it makes zero sense. So where does the knight go?
I still want to sacrifice Magnus's pieces.
Okay.
Does this make any sense is the question.
I think, you know, instinctively this makes less sense than the previous one, because you still are some way away from giving any sensible checks. And
so knight h4.
I guess knight h4. Black probably takes with the knight because he wants to take some pieces off the board. Takes. Queen g5, I guess. Queen f6. Queen takes g4. I don't know if you need to drive me to g8.
Probably not.
And here I want to play something like e6, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. What is this position?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. I would, you know, if this actually materializes something like this, I think Niels will not be entirely unhappy, because it's a position which, you know, you can definitely imagine a scenario in which black can be better if white is too slow. Like d5, king d8, king c7, or even bishop d7 long castle if you're allowed. That bishop d6. And if all of these moves happen, black is close to winning, maybe, because he has this fantastic pawn center attack against the king if white castles king side.
There's black in time. Let's say I go.
And Magnus goes e takes f6. Okay.
Here he goes.
Yeah, let's go. Let's try and figure out what he means. GF. I still want to play queen f4, but I think it might not be fast enough here.
I want to do this.
Okay, f takes g.
Yeah, you're bothering me a little bit along the way, unfortunately.
Queen takes b2, king d2. Queen g8 is a huge threat, though. Queen g8 is a huge, big threat, which needs to be addressed somehow, if it can be addressed. d6, bishop f5. There was rook b1 though, so I think you should have thrown in rook b1 somewhere along the way.
All right.
And there's also bishop takes d6 if I do this, actually.
That looks pretty good too. Yeah. Or both.
Yeah, queen a3 and just take this pawn. Yeah. Because black is completely tied up, actually. Apart from that counterplay with bishop f5, had you played queen g8, I don't really see any source of counterplay for black.
Well, you have to calculate this stuff carefully, but could be the idea. I don't know about the move order, maybe. Start with this even.
What does it give you to start with queen g5? What's
practical chances, like e5, f7.
Fair enough.
Checkmate.
Fair enough. So, no, I think fg2 rook g1 happens every time because
it's probably the same thing.
Yeah, no, I always throw this in as black because I don't want you to even consider casting kingside.
I'm considering this move, but I'm not sure how much material I should sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't think you need to.
Let me do it anyway, just for fun.
Okay.
Bunch of material down. But
Well,
I have
here
an idea.
I will play d5. You might actually take with the queen and mate me, so I probably go d6. But bishop takes d6 once again worries me a great deal. Yeah, there's bishop h6, but you can play, let's say, queen h6.
Queen.
Queen takes d6 even.
Oh yeah, you bet.
This probably is winning for white.
None of this makes a lot of sense, but like,
Yeah,
let's have some fun.
Yeah, this is winning for white. We should stop here. Something will happen here. Queen f4 check. Yeah, something like rook g1 probably.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant.
And here unpleasant is being used as a synonym for completely lost for black,
Yes.
I think, yeah. Okay, so we should stop throwing pieces around and...
It's not our pieces.
Sure, but I mean the fact that we can't immediately call out the defense in the position after rook takes h1 there, after move 14, where black is a rook and a piece up here. You know, the fact that we actually need to think about this. Knight a5 probably works there. Knight a5, queen g8, I have queen h6 check and queen g7.
Ah, that's pity.
No, but that, yeah, or knight takes c4 as well. No, that's a bit too much, I think. You don't want to be this much material down.
Yeah, probably I shouldn't sacrifice this rook, even though I like to.
Yeah, go rook g1.
I'm not sure when I need f7. At
I'm
some
also
point
not
might
sure I
need it.
actually need to play queen takes b2. Let's try knight a5 anyway.
Now might be the time where I have to consider f7.
Definitely,
No.
yeah. Magnus goes queen f4, so we can...
Ah, you missed that.
Oh, this is a very clever move though, because it stops queen takes b2, because this will allow mate in 2.
Let's show that.
Yeah. So after queen f4, there's, I think, no immediate mating threat. So you start with fg2. White probably goes rook g1.
Possible.
Yeah. And then you start thinking.
Might just be checkmate.
Could very well be, yeah, crushing. Because white's next move is lone castles now, if he doesn't have any forced mate apart from that. And yes, he is a full piece down, but once again, we have to remind our viewers that the pieces on c8 and a8, f8 and h8 don't really participate in the game a great deal. So, yeah.
Look as awake as I would be during a cricket match. I don't know where that came from.
Why are we suddenly discussing your looks? Not that it's a discussion we don't like having, you know, whenever.
No, I was trying to insult cricket.
Yeah, but you went a kind of a strange way to. It's not an immediate approach that comes to mind.
I'm saying these pieces are dormant.
Ah, okay, I misheard you then. Fair enough.
Anyway, I'd be scared here. Like Niels excels in chaos.
Yeah, but that's.
Might be less
I
scared.
think. We also discussed this point earlier. He really likes chaos, but I think he likes being the one who brings the chaos, not the one upon whom chaos is visited. So, very cute, but f7 wins on the spot.
I know, but this is nicer.
Yeah. Yeah, f7 just collects the rook on h8 with, you know, forces immediate resignation. I understand that, yeah.
No, it's hard to come up with moves. EF6, just queen f6.
Yeah, no, this is well, maybe this and
is-
knight a, but then queen e5 check wins. Yeah.
Oh, this is a serious threat.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I am as awake as you would be at a cricket match, possibly, if I'm suggesting knight a5 in that position.
So what can we do?
Let's try
D6,
d6.
this.
But I mean, after long castle, I mean the issues just remain. It's,
I want to go rook d6 next. Just.
yeah, it's f takes e7. I mean, knight e5, queen takes e5. Let's put this on the board.
Oh yeah, found a new.
Yeah, we found a
Version.
new and insulting version of going f7 mate. Yeah. No, it just looks like, you know, black doesn't have nearly enough extra material to justify all the initiative white has. Let's go knight a5 here. No, not here. Here it's too late. Immediately in the position where we have on the board right now. Yeah. Does this force f7?
Nah.
Probably not. Yeah. Maybe even fe. But fe kind of brings black's pieces slightly more into focus. Bishop f7.
So let's go to caveman mode.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I do this? I don't like it. This feels off topic
Knight
somehow.
c4, knight c4, and queen h6 probably.
Yeah, I was hoping for this. Full disclosure, but
I didn't see queen f6, so I didn't fall into a trap. Yeah, takes, knight queen h6. Sorry.
now something.
Queen d2 is a mating threat. So
Parried.
no, hang on. There was queen e6 check there, which I missed altogether. With probably
Ah, no, I don't want you to have that pawn.
yeah, no, that
No,
that
sorry.
works for black.
Then none of this makes sense. So knight a5. What's going on? Everybody's so quiet. How's the
think-
confession?
There's a confession in progress.
We'll get it later. We'll show it to you guys. Looks like Levon Aronian was. It looked like Levon Aronian.
No, that
It
was
sound like
that was Vlad. Yeah, I think it was very discernible as being Vladimir Kramnik.
But I've seen Levon on the screen. So confusing. Maybe it was Levon speaking in Vlad's voice.
He is actually one of the people in this tournament, who could attempt that.
He does a very good Leko impression.
Does it involve words pescada and Freya?
No, he does it in German normally, but yeah, there's also the Linares salad ordering version. Back to checkmating. In case you have noticed, because you probably have, we're not using an engine just yet. I'd be curious to see what it says, but it's also fun to just fool around here. And
Yeah, I think we still
throw
have time here to
Magnus' piece away.
try and work this out for ourselves.
If I ignore everything you do, then you
think
take on f6.
You should, probably do something about the threat of queen takes f6, although I'm not so sure.
Also not sure. But let's go back to this.
But this allows bishop h6. If you castle along here, you're committing a
Yeah, I don't want
mistake
to
of
blunder
sorts,
my
I think.
queen. Yet. No, f7 I don't like.
Yeah, exactly. And
Take here.
yeah, let's go f7, bishop takes.
Can I blunder my queen? No.
Yeah, but the rook f8 here. This is why I wasn't as happy about this as about some of the other positions we discussed.
Yeah, I agree.
Rook f8 brings some pieces in from the cold, although black could still be in a lot of trouble there, to be honest. Like queen anywhere, I don't know, e4, g4, some square.
Yeah. Maybe you have to do this, but
Queen g6 though. I mean, pieces
feels
continue.
wrong now. Black pieces are.
Yeah, pieces continue being rejoining the fray from the black side. So you don't really want to allow any of that.
No.
FG rook g1 is on the board meanwhile, and we currently think knight a5 is black's best shot, but we could be missing something.
Typical defense mechanism. If you're being attacked in the center, put your knight on the rim and hope for the best.
Yeah, it does look slightly absurd, but black absolutely needs to challenge the pawn on f6 somehow, and the bishop on c4 as well. So it definitely makes sense in this particular case, even though yes, it does look a bit off topic at first glance. Nice, I like this.
My point, of course, is though you can't take here because once again there is checkmate.
I like this move a great deal.
It looks dangerous.
Yeah, it just completely stops whatever defensive ideas we had. I mean, if I have to play h5 here, I'm probably lost. Like everything should gain in strength. Great.
Yeah, this feels weakening, even though in some lines it's bishop h6, but no, something's gotta give here.
Bishop h4 is a move.
It's tempting. It's also
Fe, bishop takes. Although here, bishop takes is still forced.
this stuff, even though no, I'm not that happy.
Queen
with
h6, yeah. Queen h6,
oh, yeah,
yeah.
this, sorry.
This is not as clear anymore. And knight a5 has also been played by Niels. So
maybe it's all some freak theory. Maybe Niels has been slow rolling and he knows all this stuff.
yeah, I'm not entirely convinced. Let's hedge here and hang on a second. Can I do something interesting here, or potentially interesting? Is this a move?
What's going on? I'll take it.
Discover check.
Take it.
And passes.
Whoa! Bishop h6.
Check. And mate.
That is very nice.
So let's look at this position closer. Let's look at this position somewhat closer. How good is this for white?
I probably have to try not to get checkmated. D6, rook d6 does not seem to accomplish that.
Yeah, rook d6 or
rook e1 first.
Or even rook e1 I think might be very, very strong for white.
d5?
d5 definitely rook e1 will rook e1, rook bishop b6, rook d5.
So you just take. Huh?
Yeah, I think I take here and I will.
Nasty little check coming.
Yeah, I will eventually break through here.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd be scared.
No, I think it might be a decent idea. And my idea is if you go king d8, I now once again can just castle, and queen f6 is impossible, and ef6 doesn't worry me in the slightest. I will somehow crush through here, yeah, and this should be mate. So bishop f7, isn't it? Like bishop e7, queen, I don't know, e4. Oh, no, there's knight c6 though. Let's be slightly more precise. Bishop e7. Bishop e7. I still like queen e4 to be honest. Knight c6 and some move, like, I don't know. Let's go. Although there's g1 queen here.
Yep.
Which is
a little
distracting, yeah, but
might not matter.
I might still be confident enough about this.
Did we mention the piece on c8 and a8 aren't big contributors?
Like this, and I go like something like rook d1, and yeah. Without those guys, actually one of my, I tend not to overstate my, the history of my games against Magnus, but I once won a very nice old style kind of game against Magnus in an exhibition match we played on Svalbard in 06, I think, which featured this king on d8 and a bishop on d6 in a very similar structure. So this is bringing back nice but very, very old memories.
Magnus taking his time here. He might be considering this stuff.
I think he definitely is considering this stuff, yeah. What else is there? I mean, your bishop e2 move is also very interesting. I think h5 might be the best reply.
Yeah, well, not forced, but...
No, I mean, e takes f6 is also a move, but I just hesitate to even suggest this because I feel that in positions like this, the piece is just not failed. The extra piece black has, it doesn't really look like it plays any role.
Like it can play positionally. Rook takes g2, bishop h4.
Yeah, I think you can be as slow as you like here because the queen side will never rejoin the action here. So I think we're sticking with this for a while because this is by far the most exciting game of the round.
Is it? Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah, I think that is a fair description here.
Let me check the camera. No, they both look calm. Someone's tweeting something that, to the extent that Niels Grandelius and Richard Rapport might have been separated at birth. I'm not sure. For Rapport, this would be a highly respectable opening, the one Niels is playing today. But yeah, this f6 g5 idea, we don't see that kind of stuff often.
No, I think
pieces develop.
Sure, I still feel this was highly irregular and should probably get punished somehow.
At least he's having fun. Like, instead of getting outplayed in 60 moves in some endgame by the world champion, like, make him work, make him sacrifice a bunch of pieces. Bishop f7, Magnus. You gonna do that?
Yeah, I'm very curious about this one. I think it probably is very strong, but I'm not entirely certain. I took a 3-second sneak peek at what the machine says about this position, and apparently after g5 there is no mate. I don't really understand how this can be there. Probably because the king runs after rook e1 check. No, but this cannot be, right? This has to be mate.
To be running very far.
This has to be mate of some sort, like queen e8, bishop rook e6, and no, I'm still not giving mate, but I've picked up so much material along the way that. But it's why there's still a full piece down here, though.
Hang on, this has to be winning. Also, have bishop c7 at a convenient moment.
Yeah, that actually is a. That actually is a very, very important thing. Yeah, stopping the.
This is mate.
Yeah, this has to be made. I don't know. I mean, once again, I didn't want to ruin my own enjoyment of the position too much, and I wanted to check because I was actually pretty confident the machine will just immediately say white is winning. It's not convinced at whatever depth it is running for when you run it for 3 seconds, but I don't know. From a human standpoint, this looks like this has to be made. I don't really understand how this is. Hang on, maybe what I've forgotten is rook g1, bishop e6, and if you play rook g5, there's this, yeah. But surely this is mate.
Did you forget that?
Surely this is mate somehow. Like queen g5, I have to play king f7 because if king e8, there's a very nice diagonal mate you don't see very often with the pin on e6 playing the major role. So king f7, but maybe
h5. Where do you run?
Yeah, I'm not sure because if I have to run to the g file, then we can just take.
I'm happy to take on g1.
Yeah, we can just take this queen now.
This is mate.
And bishop e5 next move. This has to be mate. Yeah, I'm very confused as to why the machine doesn't say white is completely winning in this position, but maybe it's just not enough depth.
Yeah, computer, I guess, obvious moves like this.
Yeah, machine says knight c4 and black is better, but yeah, I don't know how this can be, to be honest. This is refuting everything I know about chess. Not for the first time, though. Yeah, no, welcome.
Yeah, computers are fun.
Yeah, computers are obviously welcome to all these lines. I mean, yeah, I have no idea what's going on here and how forced this is. Once again, the disclaimer, we're not really running a proper full-strength machine. We are checking what the...
But we have you.
Yeah, but I'm seemingly malfunctioning here because I was absolutely sure that at least the position after bishop f7, king f7, fe has to be winning for white, and maybe it isn't. There's also king e8. I don't know if this is an issue at all. Because I want to take with the bishop and have some pieces interposed between the king and the rooks, and if you take,
The problem is queen e6 is still around.
Yeah, and this is black's next move against anything. It could actually be a bigger issue than king takes e7 even.
Maybe bishop f7 is too much, sad as it sounds.
Yeah, that is regrettable. Although, I mean, this also looked very strong. Okay, let's revisit this position and try and find a...
Actually, during the little machine peek we took, the machine goes for this move, which is not an obvious move, but probably clever, pinning the bishop and stopping bishop h5.
I would just play castles here and king on, but
give it.
Yeah, but you can't take it because there's queen 7 mate once again. So why is this so clever?
Oh no, bishop h6. I'm not a machine.
No, I refuse to believe in this. Rook e1 next move and.
Yeah, this looks horrible.
Yeah, I don't really understand. Maybe something like d6 now. because FE will run into bishop h6, like bishop h5 check, king. No, this once again, to my human eyes, this.
Yes, feels crushing. Rook e1.
Yeah, it just
d6,
feels like you're winning without breaking a sweat here with white, but yeah, I don't know.
Do people sweat a lot during chess?
It's not unheard of.
But yeah, this is over, right?
This is over, but yeah, we're probably missing something. We're definitely missing something, but
Hard to believe.
I'm not sure what that is.
You figure it out. I'll finish my coffee.
Yeah.
Queen e6, yeah, it's not. It's a weird move. h5 is sort of more understandable, stopping bishop h5 and preparing bishop h6.
Yeah, queen e6, especially since I can't steal castle, and queen takes e2 is completely impossible because white gives immediate mate. I mean, I'm somewhat confused. I know this is, an extremely exciting game, but maybe we could leave Magnus to it for a while if we can go on a small break. Fiona, how are we doing with the? Yeah, we'll probably do that then. Fiona will come in with her social media updates and do her part of the show. We'll take a small break and come back, and probably something will have happened in this game by then, and we'll get unstuck. Thanks, and we'll be back in a moment.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 3 of Altibox Norway chess. My name is Fiona Stahl-Antony and like every day I'm here to talk you through the latest of what's been going on the social media, especially on Twitter. So let's start immediately with the first tweet from last night. A tweet by 2700 Chess, and that was to let us know that after yesterday's win against Giri, Maxime vachier-lagrave is now included in the highest ever live ratings list with a current live rating of 2792.5. That makes him the 14th highest rated player of all time, so congratulations to Maxime and hopefully he can keep up the good work. Now let's move on. If you've been watching the show, you will be well aware that the game of the day is of course Magnus Carlsen against Niels Grandelius. Not only is this the match between the #1 Norwegian player and the #1 Swedish player, but it's also by far the most exciting game of the round. So let's see a tweet of a good friend of Niels, Swedish Grandmaster Pontus Carlsen. He was saying Sweden versus Norway. It's not Helner versus Norhaug. No, it's Magnus Carlsen against Niels Grandelius. And the game is not only shown live on Norwegian TV, no, it's also live on Aftonbladet on Swedish television. So a very big game for everyone up here in Scandinavia. And then another tweet from Kaja Marie Snare, who's here working for TV2. The same tweet, I can't read it out to you because it's in Norwegian, but as you see, this is a very big event today and the game is definitely up to the task. The players are treating us to some very, very exciting chess today. Then the next tweet, a tweet from Chess Anyone, and that was in response to a tweet I sent out. I sent out the following tweet from the Altibox Norway Chess account asking for people's predictions on the game between Magnus and Niels, and Chess Anyone replied 1-0 but 1-1 for creativity. So I very much like this tweet and I can only agree with that. Niels is a good friend of mine and I'm very happy to see him unleash a move like an opening like that and then follow it up with this crazy f6 g5 stuff. So kudos to Niels. And then a last tweet also about this game, a tweet from Grandmaster Benjamin Bock from the Netherlands. He is saying, Magnus Carlsen following in my footsteps. And this was before f6 was played actually. And then he says, yeah, 7 f6 is quite strong now. We saw Peter and Jan here were not too impressed by f6, but my guess is it was preparation from Niels. Benjamin seemed to be aware of it too. So yeah, a very exciting game and I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to unfold. Now let's move on to a couple of pictures. The first photo I'm going to show you is of the game. I was talking about Carlsen against Grandelius. You can see them shaking hands on screen there. Again, what can I say about the game? I'm probably going to finish my section and leave my seat to Jan and Peter to talk you through the chess, but I'm very, very excited for it. Then the second photo is a photo I took a couple of days ago. I wanted to show you what it looked like here in the room where we are sitting. You can sometimes hear some background noise, so on the photo now you probably understand why, because you can see on the photo that the TV studio from TV2, they are right behind us, and while they do a great job, they also do a very noisy job, so I hope you understand better now what we're dealing with here. And then my last photo for now is a photo of Chinese Grandmaster Li Chao, and I want to wish him a very happy birthday. It's his 27th birthday today, so not only did he postpone his wedding to play here in Norway Chess, but he's also celebrating his birthday in Stavanger. So happy birthday, Li Chao. And that's it for now. If you have any more remarks, questions, comments, as usual, get in touch with me using hashtag C24Live, and I'll be back in a couple of hours to update you with some more tweets and some more photos. I'll hand back to Jan and Peter now. I think they're ready, and I'll see you soon. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back, everybody, to the third round of the Altibox Norway chess tournament, and the game of the day is not the Berlin between MVL and Pavel Eljanov, but the battle for Scandinavia between Magnus Carlsen and Niels Grandelius. Magnus chose a somewhat slow plan, didn't he?
Yeah, we really tried to go for broke here. Bishop f7 attracted our attention for a while. I think we finally figured out why it wasn't so good. I think this king e8 move is probably the refutation of this idea, forcing white to either allow bishop takes e7 or connect black pieces. So f7 check was the preferred line from Magnus. Bishop e2, I still think bishop e2 was extremely interesting there, but Magnus went for a somewhat slower approach. Bishop d5 now, and black is very tied up, but he has the plan of playing. Yeah, this really isn't very good. Queen d6 probably loses immediately as well. I can even take and go bishop h4 check, bishop e7, rook takes g2. There are other moves available, but I think this is sufficient. Followed by rook g8 and queening the f pawn. So
gotta develop d6.
yeah, d6 long castles, and now some move like bishop d7 or king c7, one of those two. I don't know, probably king c7. So that after rook takes g2, black can gain a tempo by playing bishop h3. And a very strange position arises where black is almost a full piece up, maybe is a full piece up. I'm very bad at counting it. No. White has a pawn for the piece, and Jan will now count for me. Thank you. Thank you, Jan. But black still is horribly undeveloped, and the pawn on f7 is a huge trump in white's favor. Yeah, e5 queen f6 would be a bit of a problem for black, even though queen h8
isn't. Yet, but
yeah, but it will become a threat eventually, because black still has no active moves even here.
So what can you do? We can go h5, threatening to win the queen.
Yeah, you probably should play h5 at some point to at least create an idea of bishop h6. Even though probably playing bishop h6 is not very good, because after queen e4 you will, or queen h4 is even stronger. Yeah, queen h4 is a very strong move here. So the game will slow down a little bit, but it's still a very, very exciting position with huge material imbalance. And yeah, it's not as good for white probably as I thought initially, because to my eyes, I really like positions with initiative, positions with mating, potential for mating attacks, and my initial assessment was that it must be really bad for black. But once again, we get reminded that
there's no mate.
With the advent of computers, you get a much better appreciation for just how many defensive resources most positions contain. And here black is very, very far from dead. Might not even be worse for all we know, but very, very interesting and non-standard game in development here.
Yes. Our friend Benji Bok from the Netherlands tweeted that f6 is strong in this position, so apparently probably this is the machine's recommendation, and people who know this line are aware of it. Still looks nutty to me, but
yeah,
it gives us plenty to talk about, so we should be thankful.
Yeah, sure. Hearing about that tweet really threw me for a loop there, because I kind of refuse to believe this is any good, despite people telling me the opposite. And if Benji says it's good, it means that they checked it with properly and with the aid of machines. And
gotta trust Benji.
Absolutely.
Shall we briefly have a look around?
Sure.
Of course, we're gonna return to this game, but there are other games going on, even though they're less exciting. Harikrishna is slightly better. The position has somewhat stabilized against Topalov. Question is, can white prevent d4 long or even mid-turn?
Well, there is another issue here as well, because the knight on e5, it looks nice, but it actually, this connection is a bit wrong. White would much rather have the knight on e5 somewhere else.
Yes,
D4 in particular, but even on c3, I think he'd be much happier, because it's a little bit stuck. You can play knight c4 here, but after queen c7, it probably has to go to e5. You could maybe argue for knight d2, knight d3. This might actually be a half decent suggestion.
Here.
B6 is hanging.
Ah, sorry.
You probably do play queen c7 or queen d8 though. Yeah, queen d8. And after knight cd2, there will at least be an option of playing d4. Although I'm not so sure this is so strong. I can take, go knight c4. But maybe queen f6 is fine. I don't know. Queen d6. It's worth considering for white. Because otherwise, I mean, in the current position, if you give black the move, instead of knight, if you make some kind of a, non-move of some sort, black will play rook a d8, and knight c4 is gone, and then the only squares available to this knight are g4, which makes no sense, and d3, which is kind of in the way of your own pieces.
They just started the Justin Bieber concert in the Stavanger forum, so apologies if the noise levels are going up a little bit. A lot of excited teenagers are entering the hall. Get a peek of Justin. But we're gonna keep covering the chess. Queen d6, yeah, I don't see a non-descript move here.
I mean,
either.
you can play before, but you're driving a piece.
square.
Yeah, you're driving a piece to a square it wants to occupy, and then rook c8, knight c3 will become an idea, and if you go queen b3, d4 will become an idea. So yeah, I'm not sure how you should proceed here with white.
And as to be pointed out, Hari didn't follow through with your idea.
That idea really was for b5, not b6, because here after bishop b4 there is knight c5. I think
that's the point.
his reasoning was probably that it's kind of pointless. With the pawn on b5, bishop b4 would actually secure the exchange with the dark square bishops, so it's a bit different. Anyway, this game seems to be reasonably finely balanced. Lev is, I guess, a bit better against Li Chao, but I'm not sure how much better.
It's like the yelling has reached an all-time high here. Apologies for that. Very little we can do about it.
Yeah, it's an unusual situation to find yourself in, but life gives you lemons. You do something with lemons. I don't know what.
What do you do with lemons? Lemonade?
I think the accepted recipe is lemonade, but yeah, there are other things you can make with lemons. Potentially
like
more. Probably all those things involve limes, not lemons, right? Yeah, like if you go the slightly inebriating route, like the what's it called, mojitos and all these things. They don't actually involve lemons.
I like lemon expertise. I've never owned a lemon tree, but never say never. Live on Aronian, whom mean-spirited people used to call Lemon Aronian while we're on the topic. Don't think he's produced any lemons yet in this game, but I'm not sure how much better he is.
Yeah, it's if you could play f6, f7 here, you'd probably be happy enough with black. But with the pawn on f6, white still retains pressure because the king on g8 will never be entirely comfortable now that the pawn had to go forward from f7.
What do? You push it further to?
Maybe you do, but
breathe?
that kind of, you need to have a reply to rook fc1 here. It very much hinges on the question if you have a good reply to rook fc1. Queen
Don't have a good reply.
Queen b6 maybe, then bishop d6 becomes quite unpleasant.
I want to sacrifice my queen, but I can't do it yet.
I don't think it works yet. Yeah, queen d5 is very attractive optically, but I don't think it works. So let's start with bishop d6, boring as it may sound. No, but it's hugely enjoyable for white.
Yeah, white is better, no question about it.
So if I was wondering if you can play d4 right now, but
here or
no, in the position they have. But even e takes d4, frankly, will give white an advantage. And there's also rook d1, which is potentially quite unpleasant, although there's a 5 after that. But the thing is, I mean, if you don't do anything at all with black and you allow rook fc1, let's say h3 and a3, you're not doing very well. You will be suffering for the rest of the game, and it might be quite bad actually objectively. So you need to find some kind of an immediate solution to your issues here. Bishop f8 maybe? But even b5 is not completely pointless. Also a3, I don't know what my plan was exactly after a3.
b5 looks good. No, if I
c5?
go c5.
Rook d1 forces d4, but d4 doesn't seem to lose, so... Queen d3, c4 though, maybe. Check. And e takes d4 here is very strong, probably. No, this loses, but there was bishop g7, and Li Chao does play g4. So at least in that we are seemingly in agreement with him. He also feels that holding this position passively will not be particularly.
But d4 takes.
Pleasant.
What is he planning to do? I don't
Rook
get it.
takes.
Queen anywhere.
Well, anywhere I can take on b4, no?
Yeah.
And
Survive
hold.
this?
I'm not sure. Rook queen e6, king h8. Even after rook takes c6, white is better.
Of course.
But maybe there's nothing stronger because rook d2, queen e8 seems to be okay. And in general, I will play queen e8 against anything, I think, next one.
Prophylaxis.
Yeah. That actually is a very strong move here, potentially, but still, there is no immediate winning threat from white, I think. Although, yeah, this looks scary.
Even this position, I'd be scared, but yeah, it has to be something strong here.
You can also play queen c3 or queen e1, but then f5. I guess this is his point. If white does something like normal like this, f5, f4 is an idea, and if queen b3, queen d5 probably trades queens, and then black perhaps can argue he's escaped the worst of it.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know, this move looks attractive to me because the black king is so dumb, but we need something here.
There's also a
Takes,
slower approach. I can maybe play queen d7 after queen e3 and say before might be hanging now. I also want to play f5 and rook e4 or something, or rook e8. Yeah, b5 c5 or b5 f5 actually. You know, the moment the g7 bishop rejoins the game, you immediately feel a lot more alive with black here.
I still be very scared. Who's
More confessions from Magnus.
It's like Magnus has something to get off his chest.
Check. But rook d5 probably will not end well.
Very scary.
Yeah, this is tremendously scary for black. Yeah, generally speaking, this position is not a bundle of laughs for the birthday boy, and I feel slightly ashamed, to be honest, because Facebook told me about Li Chao's birthday, and I completely failed to mention it on air. What's Facebook
Happy
for?
birthday, Li Chao.
Happy birthday, Li Chao, and I wanted to go on a tangent about the
How old did he turn? 27? I think 27.
something like that. Yes. In our featured game,
Whoa!
Niels went bishop h6, which
This
I thought was
smells.
impossible. Queen e5, rook f8, bishop h4, I thought. I'm very confused.
Once again, I just want to mention
Yeah.
this at every juncture. You should never blunder that mate. But here,
I thought this was completely impossible. What am I missing?
maybe you're not missing anything. Maybe
knight
Niels
c6,
missed
bishop
this.
takes c6, and rook takes f7 maybe, but can he really be planning this?
Isn't he gonna get checkmated?
Uh,
Queen c6 or maybe this. Is this checkmate? I'm slow.
bishop e7 first was kind of strong there.
Ah,
Or here, actually. You
Yeah,
don't,
yeah,
you don't
that's
need
what
to
I
correct
meant.
yourself, yeah. Yeah, this is mate, right?
I think so. Yep.
I am. Yeah, let's stare at this for a second, because I really don't understand this. And Niels is generally not a person to blunder a two-move trick. You know, he is very, very sharp tactically.
So what's going on? Queen e5, you gotta move the rook, because this is a pretty powerful threat. Rook f8 is forced.
Yeah, we're not missing anything here, are we?
Bishop d2 we
And
can take.
Queen e5 has been played instantly, so Magnus probably feels, you know, he's gonna do the same and see what is wrong with his plan. Rook f8, yeah, I expect bishop h4 at tempo.
No, Niels has blundered, he must have missed bishop h4.
How do you miss? I mean, it's one of the main moves in almost any position here.
I do not know.
Yeah, the machine suggests actually switching these moves around and giving up a whole rook to avoid immediate loss, but yeah, white should be doing quite well there. Although this is still a position where black is somewhat alive, because queen
You
takes
can't castle, which
yeah, you
all of
can't
a sudden
castle
is
and
annoying.
queen takes b2 is coming, so
We have a check. But
yeah, but then it becomes a bit awkward maybe, because b2 is still hanging and there's no comfortable way to protect against.
you can go b3,
Yeah, you
but you
can.
don't want to.
Yeah, it's a whole tempo and it doesn't look particularly attractive. But this, according to once again, our 1 second sneak peek at what the machine says. This is the best choice black has. Queen
Still
g3.
looks terrible. No, I mean, even
and
if you
rook
take this
d1,
pawn, rook d1.
Yeah, I don't think this king leaves d8 actually, or at least it doesn't leave d8 alive. Yeah. It's a very weird bit of a miscalculation from Niels. I'm slightly puzzled by this because, you know, if there is one thing Niels definitely does well in chess, it's playing incredibly messy positions. I don't, you know.
But we've talked about this before. It's different sitting opposite the world champion in such a messy position with the stage and the cameras and all that. So take some time getting used to it, and by round 3 you might not be settled in, but yeah, it's been a mistake.
Yeah, and seemingly bishop h4 is now sort of very strong, close to completely crushing.
And you probably don't want to wait either, right? Here,
No.
first of all, it's queen b. No, sorry, it's d6,
Yeah.
and it's sort of uncomfortable to deal with queen b2.
It becomes a bit awkward. Although I mean, after queen h5, queen b2, queen h6, we could still be potentially doing quite well. Although queen c3, yeah, it's awkward. It's awkward. Queen a1, king d2, I'd be much happier about. But this, yeah, this becomes unclear. And Magnus has played bishop h4 as expected. It's a very obvious shot, which is why I'm so surprised that Niels seems to have misjudged it, because
Yeah, and rook takes f7, believe it or not, is absolutely the only way to stay in the game. Everything else loses on the spot, because, well, it's checkmate.
yeah, it's too strong a threat to you can't ignore it, and even knight c6 rook f7 is not fast enough.
How did we do this? I forgot already.
Takes and rook takes
rook
g2 seems to
g2.
be completely winning. Also bishop d5, to be honest, seems to be completely
Yeah.
winning there, but rook g2 are, yeah, it appears as if you can't even continue, you know, rook g8 first, and then rook g1 mate is a nice finish. Yeah, a bit of a turnaround there, because the position after d6 was not at all clear, I would think.
No. Might be easier to play for white, but it's
Sure,
total
no,
mess.
I would be much happier as the white player here, but yeah, who knows what this is. Still a whole piece, and white is some way away from creating immediate threats. So yeah, a bit of a mistake from Niels, which might end up costing him the game here.
Yeah, he's gonna have to take here and hope for the best, but it's hard to believe that he can save this position when it was unclear being a piece up. It's, being an exchange down, even though you get 2 pawns, shouldn't help black's cause.
No,
keep doing this.
Yeah, black needs to start. No, this queen takes d6 is kind of strong here, so
Oh, sorry.
that's kind of the point. Black can't even develop.
Okay, so
Queen b2,
we need
rook-
to take...
No, rook d1 and queen c2. You don't even threaten checks very much. I mean, rook takes g2, for instance. And I'm very
white
happy
king,
running
so
towards
fine,
f1, g1 if you start giving those checks. Bishop d5 also was probably incredibly strong instead of rook takes g2. So yeah, it just looks horrible.
Yeah, still these guys.
Yeah, we keep on making this point, but it's an important point. Rook takes f7 has been played by Niels, and I mean he will now make the only moves, because he is good at calculating generally, but I think the position might be potentially beyond repair.
Yeah, Magnus took the rook, no prizes for guessing that one, and looks like he is on his way to his second victory in 3 games. He does mean business this time around. Not sure we can blame Niels' opening. It led to a fun position. It's come down more to this very
we are
decision.
definitely very happy with all these developments, because you don't normally see positions like this in tournaments of this caliber. People generally are too scared to play offbeat openings, I think.
Rightly so.
Yeah, I remember in my first ever Linares, I played the perk against Vichy, and I got a lot of very bad press for that, even though my position was actually better at some point out of the opening. But just the simple fact that I chose an opening like this against a player of Vichy's caliber was immediately taken as a sign of disrespect. And
Isn't it a sign of respect that you don't want to play main lines?
definitely wasn't a sign of any kind of disrespect. And as I said, I mean, Perk was my repertoire opening in those days, and I did get a very decent position out of it. But still, I mean, people, you tend not to do that, because it's somewhat frowned upon. But Niels is not worried about those things.
No,
but and correctly so. But yeah, you still need to be very precise if you go for these things.
Before people get too excited, let's give them a little bit of Berlin. So I'm sure all of this has been played before. I was trying to figure out how you get these g5 positions, but bishop f4 makes a lot of sense, hinting at e6.
That is very drastic. Just wasting 2 tempi to force black to make a move, I would be reasonably happy making it, to be honest with black. That is probably why I'm not playing, why I'm not a Berlin player with either color. I just don't understand.
Pavel does the same thing. He wastes the tempo to make white play a move that looks logical.
Well, it's not exactly the same, because he does develop the bishop from c8 to g6, which is a decent enough square. Rook d8 is now on the menu whenever he wants.
So MVL went e6, forcing the issue.
Yeah, now the question is, how dangerous is the position after f6, g4?
Is f5 a move, then f4, yeah?
f5, knight f3 is also worrying me a great deal.
Yeah.
How bad is this? Takes, let's say, and I don't know, rook d8. Rook d8, knight f5. I wanted to go rook d5, but I'm no longer particularly enamored with that idea. Looks dangerous.
Yeah.
Looks dangerous.
Don't like it much.
But if you ignore e6, white will probably play either immediate knight f3 or will take on f7 and then play knight f3, and it will become
go
awkward.
Here, what do you do?
I wanted to. Well, I was very honest about my intentions, but I think maybe
my point is, if knight f3, now f6 might be stronger.
Sure, and if we take and go knight f3.
Yeah.
Bishop takes c2 though.
Yep.
Rook c1. And I will take with the bishop on g5, and I will claim I'm slightly better. But
bishop e4 doesn't work. I want bishop e4, but then bishop g5 is good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're slightly better here, but
yeah, let's.
You can claim.
Yeah, this is a weird type of positions which. Yeah, I don't know how to assess. Maybe in this particular case, black is just completely fine. No? 96 there?
Wasn't sure. There's also king f6, knight e4, king g6.
But then knight c5 could be annoying.
Yeah.
Rook g2 maybe. Yeah, it becomes very sharp. It becomes very sharp. If the white king side starts running, it's quite good. But obviously with a bishop on f5 and a pawn on h5, starting the avalanche will not be at all straightforward.
No, it's a mess. But I have faith in black's position here.
Yeah, but it still requires precision. I think rook d8 is a good place to start.
Question. I know, but it's a bad move. I was going to suggest this, but I can't give you this square for the bishop.
No, I think that's taking too much liberty, too many liberties.
No, this looks normal, and so does ef, king f7, knight f3.
Yeah,
Even though you could make a case for like some move here.
And I'll play g4, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I mean, if I can stop knight f3, I think I'm very happy with black here. Bishop d6 if all else fails, but also bishop f6, bishop f, or rook d5 first, maybe.
Yes, it's fine.
Rook d5, rook h5, and you know, for us martial players, even if the pawn on c7 gets lost,
still a draw.
Yeah, just like even if we didn't have rook dh5 here, which might be very strong, just bishop f6, and you know, black is not really under too much pressure in positions like this.
Agreed. So yeah, normal Berlin. If Pavel is precise, he should be all right. Shall we revisit Kramnik Giri?
Yeah, it became very exciting actually. There's a lot going on now.
We've seen this. He went bishop a3, more direct, attacking the pawn.
Bishop d7 was still played very, very fast. Up to here, Anish was certainly still in preparation. But after knight b3, I think it was here that Anish started thinking. And he's taken some time and played bishop g4.
His options are bishop e6 or bishop g4, I would guess. Yeah?
Or bishop c6, maybe?
We went here.
Yeah, bishop c6 actually doesn't look half bad, to be honest.
Bishop c6, eh?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know. If I take the pawn.
With
the knight.
Well, here I can play rook bc8 if I'm, you know, very heartbroken about the events of rook c4, knight g5.
Yeah.
I'm slightly better, am I not? No, I mean, we probably need to show some more guile here somehow. Maybe take on c5 first, or bishop h3. But bishop h3 I find very difficult to believe in. Let's say knight takes c5 first, bishop g2, king g2. But even a move like e6 here, creating a threat of bishop f8. I mean, I think black should be reasonably confident of surviving this. But yeah, Anish went a different route.
Let's see what he did.
He played bishop g4, which I have a feeling maybe he did not appreciate how bishop c5 is, how unpleasant this is. I'm not sure.
This, or what's the point?
I'm not sure. I think maybe rook e1, but after rook e1, bishop c4, bishop a7, there is rook b5 and rook b4. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain why he avoided this. No, this
I'm
looks...
even curious if I can recapture somehow. Rook takes probably.
No, but then rook b4. I think you... well, is it fine for white? Rook a4, rook takes a2. I mean, it's
another question.
It's an exchange. I don't know. I find it hard to convince myself this can be bad for black. But after a very prolonged thought, he played rook c7, bishop d4 by Kramnik, creating a threat of bishop e5, of course, which is a very unpleasant thing to deal with. And now Anish plays knight d7. Yeah, this would be a mistake. And Anish played knight d7, hoping to trade those bishops. And if the bishop on d4 is exchanged, the pawn on c4 becomes much easier to recapture because a7 will never be hanging.
Also, something like this, f3, bishop e6 doesn't look all that troublesome, does it?
I think black is slightly better once again.
Yeah. So what do you do?
Yeah, you want to play e3, but unfortunately it loses a piece because e5 actually captures this bishop on d4.
Why?
Doesn't it? Oh, sorry, I'm having hallucinations. That's not very good. I mean that I'm having hallucinations. The position is...
Yeah, is white better is another question.
A little bit, I think, yeah. Rook c4, rook c1, or bishop e2, rook fc1. I'm not sure black has equalized completely. Bishop a3 or bishop d5, yeah.
Yeah, might still survive bishop d5, knight b6.
Yeah, which is why I wanted to go bishop a3 and knight a5. Actually, even the immediate knight a5 might make some sense, but takes, knight a5. You probably have to play knight b6, but might not be that bad. Who knows? Like bishop f1, rook bc8. Black doesn't seem to lose, but yeah, it's a bit awkward. Yeah. So what else does black have after e3?
If I go cavemanish, then you take on a7.
I can take on a7, which is annoying.
Takes.
Take on b8.
And there's nothing there. I was hoping I could embarrass your bishop somehow, but I'm not sure I'll be able to.
Oh, it goes back to a7. Oh, but then you have rook a4.
That's my point, yeah. Let's see here.
This might hold.
Yeah.
This might hold.
Especially f4, g5 or e5.
Yeah, g5 is more efficient. Yeah. Yeah, this is a good line, an interesting line, because if white can't take on a7 after rook c4, he can't possibly have very much. I mean, you can play rook fc1.
Some jumps, maybe.
Oh, that actually is potentially quite annoying. But bishop takes d4 there.
Yeah.
And after he takes d, I can play... There is rook c7, but yeah, I'm not so sure I want this. It's very passive.
At least I'm active. I'm not sure there's anything happening, but some pressure.
It's very passive. I'm not sure I'm happy with this. Okay, before we get too deep into this, after knight d7, can we name any other moves we're worried about as black?
I'd be thinking about this. I'm not sure. It would worry me, but you have to make some clever move.
But positions like this, I think knight e5, yeah, and Vlad does play e3, so yeah, it did feel like it's the best move positionally, because it removes the well, position is maybe not correct here. It's a tactical solution to the fact that e2 was hanging.
Tactical, just advance the pawn. Can black, if you take with the knight, yeah?
I think so, although e takes d4 potentially transposes exactly to the position we were discussing, so. But I probably take with
I was
E1.
wondering if I can, but nah, I guess I can't.
Why?
Rook E1 were me.
Oh yeah, rook E1 could be, although takes king f8 maybe,
yeah,
but rook E1 though.
Feels like pressure.
Yeah, it feels
Sure,
like
we're
you
losing.
feels like you shouldn't be allowing this. Yeah, it doesn't feel particularly comfortable.
Okay, this looks more natural.
Yeah.
Also, this bishop is all of a sudden a little dumb. Like h3 is in the air.
Sure. So e5, bishop b2. No, not here. I mean, yeah. e5, bishop b2. Can we solve this somehow?
Do we have time for funky moves like knight b6?
I'm not sure. c5 might actually keep the pawn. Knight a4, bishop a3.
Yeah. Not winning it quickly, at least.
Well, if I get rook ac1 in or fc1, frankly,
How do you win now?
rook c4 here picks up a whole piece, but no, you have bishop d7, but I mean rook d1. You're not really enjoying yourself, are you? Although bishop b5.
Don't get the pawn back, I'll be not having a lot of fun. Was that English?
But even, yeah, I think once again we're getting way too carried away here, and yeah, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, knight b6 feels strange.
Let's just briefly show what's happening in the...
Yeah, let's go back.
We actually had this on the board, the entire line.
Take care.
Yeah, rook g2 is strong, bishop d5 is potentially even stronger, to be honest.
What's the point of bishop d5?
I want to take on c6 and then give mate, because without the knight on c6, I think there will be no defenders for the king at all. It also stops
Fair
queen
point.
e4 check, so...
So still this little problem too.
Yeah. No, I think after bishop d5, I struggle to name a move, to be honest. Queen g6 just...
That's a move.
Yeah, but rook takes g2. I don't actually even need the queens to give mate here, I think.
Yeah, whoops, bad. Rook takes it. Anything's good.
g6, bishop c6 wins a piece. Followed by, once again, the same tactic. So, yeah, it just feels like bishop d5 is crushing. Rook g2 potentially is also good enough. But after rook g2, maybe black can play check, king f1, rook bishop f4, and at least play king c7 next move. At least, you know, bring some sanity to his position. White probably is still winning, like bishop d5 here, yeah. But queen c2, game sort of continues, which is why I feel that starting with bishop d5 is probably stronger in practical sense.
No tricks here.
Queen f5 with the same ideas, but it gives white more options. Let's see.
If takes, you want to give a check? Or
No, I didn't see that existed. Yeah, then I definitely want to give a check.
that's kind of nasty check to parry.
It actually is kind of mate. Yeah, it's not really a check. Then it maybe doesn't change as much as I thought. That you are making black's move for him here.
That's what us commentators have to do, both sides.
True that.
So is there still hope for Niels? This is sort of a good resource.
Yeah, I missed the queen f5.
Is there a threat though? Bishop f4
Bishop
again,
f4, it's the same idea, yeah. Same idea. Bishop f4 followed by king c7, knight e5, maybe if you're lucky. Should still be very, very good for white, but yeah, here you become slightly worried. B takes, for instance.
Oh,
Yeah, and bishop e7, bishop a6, you might suddenly stop enjoying yourself.
come to play.
So,
Yeah. It ain't over till it's over, as Lenny Kravitz used to say.
among other things.
What else has he said?
Yeah, somehow the thing that comes to my mind is this I think it's a cover he did with Jagger of Use Me, but that shouldn't be the thing that pops into my head first.
No, true.
What did he say? I mean, I
don't
actually
know. Watched the Hunger Games. I think that's what he's most known for, but I can't come up with any quotes.
Dear me. Yeah, we'll get back to you with the entire Lenny Kravitz back catalog in a second, but for now, maybe some chess is in order.
Oof. Doesn't Lenny Kravitz play chess?
We don't know.
So Anish has decided not to fool around, played the most normal moves e5 and rook takes c4. And now, what were we doing? I can't even remember.
Rook fc1, I
Rook
thought.
c1.
Rook fc1 and but bishop e6 maybe. Maybe it's not really such a great big deal.
Well, this position feels very Kramnikian, if that's a word. He can grind something out of these things.
Sure, and
Not sure how, maybe he tries something.
bishop e3, bishop f8, I'm quite happy because the bishop on g7 is black's worst piece by far. And if black manages to trade those bishops off, I think his problems are more or less solved.
You might also be threatening, I'm not sure about this, but just to
Yeah.
take and take.
Yeah, you want to liquidate into some kind of a simpler endgame here. Might simply be okay for black.
Could
What
be.
else? What else is happening?
In other news, Veselin Topalov, we've seen this coming, knight c4, queen d8, and
now
maybe Harry is deciding if he wants to repeat or go for knight d2. Doesn't look like you're risking much with knight d2, because after d4, you've shown this line you can take.
Right. Yeah.
I'm getting some notes here.
Yeah, d4 is possible. There's also maybe queen f6 to prepare d4 properly, and if before you go knight e4. I mean, we discussed d4. Let's name some other options for black. Queen f6 before knight e4 could be quite decent, actually. You want to play knight c3, and if white plays queen b3, then you can take on d2 and play d4, for instance. Levon played rook d1, d4, queen c1 in the position we discussed. So black once again needs to solve his immediate tactical problems here.
Queen d5?
Queen d5, I guess rook c5.
So f3 looks weakening. It does work.
f3, yeah, works in the sense that rook takes e3 is impossible, but I'm not sure it's the best move. And queen a2, I'm not sure what my next move is though. Maybe just simply rook takes e6.
Yeah, still pressure for Levon. It's gonna come down to, small details. If black manages to survive or Levon manages to cash in. And then, we have the Berlin where the line we've been talking about has materialized. Rook c1 now.
We expect,
what we had.
we expect rook d8 and bishop g5 is also possible.
Of course.
Though I'm not. Yeah, maybe this is actually even stronger because it maybe is slightly more awkward for black to meet, like king f6, f4 maybe. Start the immediate one. Rook d2, g4, I'd be quite happy, but king f5 or
King f5.
yeah, I would start by worrying about this and then about war. But maybe knight e6, rook e5 check. If rook d2. Yeah, I'm not sure. These positions can be very, very sharp. Yeah, king f2 actually with the idea of king f3, right?
Yep.
Rook d2 check. King f3, rook d3 check. There's also bishop d1 check, either here or on the previous move. Rook g2 check, king e1. Can I play rook takes g2? Maybe I can.
Maybe.
And then
it looks
black
like
is
this works.
yeah, and then black is just
All of a
better.
sudden we're lost, but it's not the idea. We're gonna go on a small break because there's gonna be an interview with the managing director of the Stavanger Forum, Jan Hauge, and our friend Dirk Jan Tent Goosendam from New Chess is gonna talk to him. So we're gonna be back in a couple of minutes to bring you all the action.
But just to mention something in passing, Harikrishna played knight c5 and they agreed to draw by repetition. So that game is.
Then we're also gonna be back to review all the action of that game with the players. See you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody. Small change of plans. It's still me because the first game is over. Harikrishna, or we're just supposed to call you Hari, right? I'll keep asking.
Yes.
Hari and Veselin, how do we call you? Hari and Veselin Topalov finished their game. It ended in a draw. What happened, Hari? You were a little better of the opening, or?
No, I think it looks better, but it's I think it's just unclear position. I think. Yeah,
we thought b5, but then knight a2 was stronger.
No, b5, knight a2 is good. Yeah, b6 is a nice move, I think. And well, the point is now bishop b4, he can play bishop c5 or even knight c5. Since knight c3 always black has a5. And okay, I had the option of going knight b4, but I think just knight c5, knight d4, queen d7. Everything is protected, and okay, next rook c8, rook d8, and you know my knights are not good here. So I decided to play bishop c3, and I think this is good.
Bishop here.
Yeah, bishop f6. Yeah, I was.
So knight c5, I believe.
Knight c5 is a good move, yeah.
So you want to keep control of d4, if?
No, because if I take and go queen d6, I
Knight,
think then
knight c6 and queen d5 and...
This knight, I'll blunder one of the pieces.
No, e. Yeah, e. It's okay. Because a5, knight d5, bishop c6, rook c6 is there, yeah. And okay, I mean, black cannot defend this pawn
like
now. Yeah, losing a pawn. Maybe you can defend like this.
Even now you can take, I think.
No.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it's bad. Yeah. No, I think knight c5 is a good move, and yeah, I underestimated this move, and
somehow
because knight c2, he always has knight b3 take. I mean, okay, so he can just take knight b3, rook b, and
d4.
somehow white can never really get a control on the d4 square, and then the only way was to play I thought b4 in the final position. Instead of repeating the moves.
Yes, so
if you go back knight d2, then black goes d4, or
yeah, then I go d4. Yeah.
We were wondering about this d4 takes and then knight c4 or something.
Queen f6 is
yeah, I looked at this, takes,
queen f6
d4.
Queen
Because
f6,
queen d6
queen
is
d6.
knight e6.
Knight e6.
Yeah,
And now
the thing is, okay, he can even take this because queen e4 check, and okay, probably this is one of the variations he can play, but also rook b8 is quite strong here since knight d4, knight f4.
Yeah, it's very tricky.
Many threats here, so.
I thought that b4 was a move.
Yeah, b4 I saw
but it's
here,
not
right?
a big deal.
No.
Queen b3, no?
Yeah, b4, knight c4, queen b3. I didn't
just go
like.
Rook c8 maybe, and rook c8 is possible, I thought. And now.
But you can also.
Yeah, but f6 I don't.
Knight d3. Yeah.
I thought rook.
The
here.
problem is I cannot move this knight, and
knights are a little
knights are a bit. Yeah, knight is a bit problem.
No, even rook c8, and now it's not after. I thought after. Let me see how it was. It's here. I was even thinking about moves like or taken d4 maybe. When?
Now.
Instead of rook f1.
Yeah, but it's still question what. Even if I exchange the rooks, I don't think it's much because the knight is a bit misplaced on e5. But of course, it was a possibility to continue playing. But maybe rook d1, yeah.
So in general, the story of the game, you played a bit of a sideline, the c takes d5, but Veselin reacted well.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because if I play the usual knight, bishop c5 and knight c6, then we transpose to that position which now, okay, it's maybe still playable, but then here knight h3 I think is the move, or b3.
Okay, this is main.
Yeah, this is
here,
like,
yeah.
so the knight should go to this 7 in order to avoid that line, and then yeah, it's positional.
Is this still knowledge from the old days when you studied chess, or did you have to come up with it over the board?
Well, I simply believed that it should be if I want to avoid that line, then there's the only way. That's the only way to play knight bd7. And also, this is the kind of positions we get from Bogolyubov. In positions where white. I mean, I know that the knight is well placed on c5. Okay, if we.
No, I mean, he missed knight bd2 and then c5, cd5, something like this.
For example,
got it.
Yeah.
I think that's like this, if I'm not wrong. Take here, knight bd7, queen c2 here.
Takes h6, bishop d2, this stuff,
I thought that was.
Yes.
So you take bishop and go a6.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the knight is not on. The knight is on d7.
Yeah.
But of course, on e6 it's also well placed. So this is supposed to be also playable for black.
Yeah.
So we need your opinion briefly on the game of the day, pretty crazy game between Carlsen and Grandelius. First of all, what's the evaluation of this move? 'Cause we're being told it's good, but it looked strange.
Yeah, I guess he prepared, no?
Very dubious.
Yeah.
Is it a novelty or?
No,
I don't know.
It looks very strange. All this.
But then it got very interesting later on, yeah?
Yeah, it was. The computer always says that black is sort of alive, but then Niels blundered, or we think he blundered with bishop h6. Here he had to go d6, and
Yeah,
it's
I
total
think
chaos.
to stop queen e5, I thought to.
But I thought
was very
also
important.
the move. I thought any move was after bishop h6.
But maybe
any move
even
was
now
winning,
long
no?
castle should be better, no? After d6.
Yeah, d6, bishop d5, long castles, and yeah, it's total chaos. Like king c7, rook g2, bishop h3, rook back. Who knows who's better and why? h5. Very difficult.
I
I
guess
would take
white should
white,
still
yeah.
be better, of course.
I would take white.
Maybe.
I mean, it's much easier to play with white. That's.
It's a piece.
Yeah, it's a piece, but then I mean, my pawn on f7 is worth the rook, I guess. And your knight is not doing well on a5, so.
Yeah, okay, somewhere bishop
I don't
h4,
believe-
rook
I
g8
I don't
is
believe it can-
one
it can be
idea,
good
for
and
black. It's dangerous.
okay, yeah, it's easy to play with white, I think.
And the position they have now, we haven't seen this yet. Niels defended with this queen f5, bishop f4. His promise is an exchange down now.
I should be lost, of course. I mean,
Yeah, white is winning for sure.
White is winning. All right, thanks a lot, guys, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament. I'm not sure what the plan is. Are we going back to that interview? Thank you.
and here we are. A brief interruption of the action because we find it important that you also know what is happening behind the scenes at the chess tournament. Chess tournaments, they don't exist in a vacuum. We are here thanks to the support of sponsors, and one of the partners of the Altibox Norway chess tournament is the Stavanger Forum, and with me here is Jan Hauge, the managing director of the forum. Welcome.
Thank you.
The forum in Stavanger is the leading congress center in Norway. How did you end up with a chess tournament?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's great to have. We're honored to have this tournament here, and obviously conventions and congress and exhibitions normally are large with a lot of audience and things like that. So this is small, and we're actually having it in the reception area.
Yes.
But still, it's about branding about this area, region, and that's what one of the missions of this convention center.
Yes, it is a huge complex. There are various buildings here. How big is it? Can you give us an impression?
Yeah, it's around 40,000 square meters. It's 10 halls.
Yeah.
So we are hosting one of the 3 largest oil and gas events in the world, ONS, Offshore Northern Sea, and last time there was 1,300 exhibitors and 90,000 visitors. So it can be large, but also we can host these more small events.
Well, you say it's here in the reception area, which is where the 2 studios are, and then in one of the halls the chess players are playing. Having a chess tournament, does it pose any specific logistical problems, or not really?
No, not really. We are used to logistical issues, but I think this is going good. Of course, there's a lot of media coverage and logistics related to that, but not any more than that.
Not something you're not used to. So tell us about one of the biggest logistical challenges you ever had with a congress or an event here.
Yeah, that will be the Offshore Northern Sea, where, because in a little city or region I think we have 7,000 hotel rooms, but that's far too few to host this large event. So we are actually using houses for people living around here when we do that. So when we do that conference, the whole city is turned upside down.
Yes, this is the 4th time that Norway Chess is being organized. To what extent do you think it has become a brand here in the region?
Yeah, absolutely. It's become a brand, and with 600 million chess players around the world, and the coverage you're doing in the media, it's really putting Stavanger and the region on the map. And what we want to brand is, of course, the nature, but also the industry we have, the knowledge, the people we have in this area.
Yeah. And how has, let's say, the activity in the area been affected by the oil crisis?
Yeah, it's to a high extent, I think. It's so that is also a point. Things like this is bringing in more optimism and more future oriented, and it's about good brains, and it was good brains that built this industry. Stavanger and Norway is one of the knowledge clusters who brought up the most advanced oil and gas technology in the world.
Yes. Well, you've been a chess player yourself from a young age. Is there any player here that has your special interest?
Of course, it's Magnus. It's I think most of the people in Norway are very proud of him, and it's interesting because my wife, she don't she doesn't play chess at all, but she drives her car home, put the TV on to watch Magnus Carlsen. So it's really some enthusiasm and around this chess in Norway these days.
Yeah, he's brought about a change in.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
bringing a lot of interest to also the kids in Norway.
Well, what is let's say the next big event you will have here in the forum?
Actually, the next big is the oil and gas event. It's every second year, but now it will be in August. So we are preparing for that now.
And how many guests do you expect there?
It depends because it's oil and gas and this crisis. But we hope that maybe 60,000-70,000 guests, and it seems to be almost as many exhibitors this year as 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to say to the international audience, except for come to Stavanger and watch the chess? No, not. I want to say come to Stavanger and come to Norway and come to play chess and see nature. Yes. Oh, well, thank you very much for telling something more about the forum in the Stavanger Forum. We will return back to the action because there's a lot going on, and no doubt many of you are waiting for Jan and Peter to return to tell you what is going on in those remaining games.
Welcome back, boys and girls. We are entering the time travel phase, and of course we have to return to the game of the day, the battle of the world champion Magnus Carlsen against Niels Grandelius. Peter, what's going on?
I think it's coming to its conclusion a little bit here, because Magnus solved his problems after queen takes c2. Bishop d5, as we thought, was probably slightly more precise than rook takes g2, because allowing queen e4 check would give black more time. And now rook g2, bishop f4 is more or less the only move that makes any sense. And here Magnus made a very interesting decision. He could take on f4 here, give a check on g8 and play bishop g3. And I personally thought this must be completely winning. The best move for black probably is queen e5 check to at least keep the white structure destroyed. Well, disjointed is probably the word I was looking for. But with the rook on e8 and the bishop on c8 still in their starting squares, like f4, knight g6, f5, knight f4, bishop, I don't know, f3, followed by, if nothing else, rook h8 takes h7, or g7 takes h7. Black is just way too undeveloped here to create any real counterplay and should lose. But Magnus went for queen f3, which is even more ambitious. And after king c7, an additional tactical shot here, rook d5, creating more discoordination among black's pieces, queen f8, and now many things seem to win more or less by force. Bishop g3. You can start with bishop g3, I think, or you can start with bishop c6, it doesn't matter. e5, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, and for instance rook takes e5 here, and yeah, you should be winning this.
So yeah, Magnus well on his way to a victory. Let's do a brief tour through the other games. We have a lot of developments in the Berlin, some endgame that has to be favoring white.
Heavily. We discussed this during the break while the interview was ongoing, and this is a curious kind of an endgame because it is an opposite color bishop 5 against 5, but black will struggle to create a pass pawn on the queen side, whereas white will have two connected pass pawns on the king side. And this precise structure happened in a game between Shahryar Mamedyarov and Harikrishna's second Marcus Rager in a match they played last year. That game was an exchange Spanish, but the structure they got eventually was exactly like this. And Shahryar won that game, and we kind of agreed with Jan on that. We both had even seen some analysis of that endgame, and we obviously can't remember the conclusion at all, so we can't really tell you if this is winning.
I vaguely remember it was supposed to be winning. There were some chances before. I'm not sure, it could be a Tempe thing, but isn't White's play very straightforward? Put the king on e3, go g4. Black can never really build a passed pawn.
Yeah, I think g4, king, g3, f4, f5 is just also very, very fast. So yeah, it does seem like, you know, White is hugely favored here. Whether this is enough to win or not, I mean, mathematically, we don't know the precise answer, but I'd be leaning towards yes, to be honest. I think White is a huge favorite here.
That means something must have gone wrong for Pavel earlier. We've seen this. We were looking at bishop takes.
Yeah, but knight takes g5, as MVL played, is probably a lot stronger. But it has to be connected with the shot which we missed, and which Pavel potentially may have missed as well. This knight e6 idea, which yeah, it changes a great deal here, because otherwise Black would be in time to play something like rook d1, maybe even, or.
Well, he played rook d1, but the point is, if you take, then Black's probably all right. This knight would get stuck, and with the two bishops, there's always play here. But bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5 first. It ensures that the endgame that we were discussing just now, it occurs on the board after takes and bishop e7. Taking on e7 is even worse. Probably knight c5 just wins on the spot. So. Yeah, I don't know. After knight takes g5, maybe Black should have been more careful, but I'm not
unpleasant already.
I'm not sure how. Maybe because of all this, you have to play king g6, knight e6, knight e6, and rook d1 anyway. Yeah, because knight f4, king f7, you will not be in time to take on h5. This probably was actually seriously more precise, at least in that respect. So. King f6, it does look like...
he was worried about this pawn or something.
But I think if you have to choose between these two endgames, you pick this one without hesitation.
No, and as you mentioned earlier, as martial guys, we have tremendous faith in draw ability.
Yeah, this is slightly different, because the knight will get out via a8 and b6, and it is 3 against 1 on the king side. But still
with the two bishops, you can target these pawns.
Yeah, you feel like your drawing chances are hugely improved in a position like this. You start immediately hitting the white king side, as you correctly pointed out, and yeah, you generally end up holding these positions, I think. But yeah, we don't know for sure.
Well, now MVL still has to win, but tremendous chances. We'll keep you posted. The Giri Kramnik Giri game is simplified somewhat. Looks like a draw, doesn't it?
Well, this has to be holdable. Yeah, White still enjoys the slightly more active pieces, and the fact that the pawn is on e4, it's actually a bit of a target. Not a lot, but
what do you do? You go bishop a3? Or?
I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not sure. I think, yeah, probably you go bishop a3.
Even then, okay. Slightly
yeah, but you can do this, and I mean you put your knight on f6, and you just hold. Yeah, knight f6, h5. Yeah, I think Anish will hold this reasonably comfortably. So should be a draw.
And Dr. Levon
this has become a huge mess, and I'm not sure who is getting where, to be honest, because I think it became very, very double-edged. Which is not something I expected, to be honest. This is the position on the board, and
some counterplay, some checks.
Yeah, there are all kinds of themes with f4. There's this check on e1, which currently is not winning any material because White will just play king h2. But still, you need to pay attention to it. But more importantly, Black managed to exchange one of his hanging pawns on d5 for the pawn on b4, and the pawn on d4 will fall as well soon. So, like rook takes c6, for instance, I would just play bishop takes d4, I think.
Yeah, if no tactics work, no, it looks like f4 you just take.
Yeah, I think I can take. I don't think there's any issue with that. So, bishop takes d4, although after that White can play rook c8 and trade one pair of rooks and stop all the rook e1 shenanigans. And
Black king is still weaker, like that's nothing direct.
Sure. Levon made an interesting...
he played king h2.
He played king h2, which is surprising, but maybe he means to meet bishop takes d4 with rook c4, and he is sidestepping bishop takes f2, which would have been the reply before with the king on steal on g1.
Yeah, this looks strong, so Black needs something better than that. But what? rook takes d4. Just take, I guess.
Yeah, we'll take.
Queen takes.
Rook c6. It's not a lot, but once again you probably start picking white a little bit here because the white king is much safer.
No, white is better, but black should have fair drawing chances.
Sure,
I don't know how you did. Maybe this move.
Maybe even bishop e5, yeah, and then put the rook on e7, king on g7, and just wait. Just very briefly, let's return to Magnus's game, because I just realized what was the difference between bishop 6 and bishop g3. After e5, if you play bishop takes e6 here, there is queen e7, I think.
Whoa, what's that?
That is a move of some sort. Which is, maybe you never want to say these things about players of, Magnus's caliber, but maybe this is what he missed, because bishop takes e6 first was more or less mathematically winning. If we return to that for a second, bishop c6, whatever black takes with, I go bishop g3, e5, I go rook takes e5. There is bishop d2 checked so as not to resign immediately, but maybe even king e, no, king e2, bishop a6. You probably should. You probably should
managed to lose it again.
No, you don't lose it. I mean, king takes d2 is still the same, and rook f5 check, but you probably are better off doing it slightly the other way around. After rook d2, bishop d2 check, you can play rook takes. Rook takes is probably even stronger. Rook takes, and then rook f5 check, queen g3, hg, and a resignation is not entirely out of order here.
No, this is just game over.
Yeah. And after starting with bishop g3, it seems like he is no longer getting this position, because after some thought here, he didn't even take on c6, he played rook h5. He probably is still winning, but the other line was, I think, a forced mathematical win, and now he will still have to convert for a while. But
what can black do?
Queen e7 anyway. I want to play d6, at least some of my pieces will enter the game then. It might be, there's, I think, a very strong reply to queen e7, though. After queen e7.
Show us.
Bishop e4, I like bishop e4 a lot.
That's nice.
Rook h7, and also I interject something in between the queen on e7 and the king on e1, and now I want to take on f4 and take on f4 again with check, so this looks very strong. Yeah, so probably the evaluation of the position hasn't really changed, but
still annoying if the game sort of goes on. Well,
yeah.
And the other, it's just a simplified ending where you can resign. Well, here you have to pay a lot of attention.
Well, at least some attention. Maybe d6 right now, but yeah, you find it very hard to be bishop d7, but at least this brings the rook on a8 sort of into the game. Yeah. Bishop e6, rook d8, and game kind of continues.
Direct win.
Well, queen g4 here. Yeah, it's bad. We shouldn't really be. Bishop
Even these
h4.
endgames are winning.
Bishop h4 collects more material if you want. No, this looks crushing, and yeah, we still expect Magnus to win comfortably here, but maybe the other move order was a faster win in terms of pure
Magnus camp.
Pure math.
Something going on there. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
Magnus gonna win. Kramnik's gonna draw against Giri, most likely, even though we've seen Kramnik work his magic even from such positions, but
yeah, after bishop b2, rook d5, you feel slightly less comfortable than with only the knights left. But it's still, he already has taken, so.
Okay.
But still, I mean, go h5, rook e6, bishop f6. It's f5 at an opportune moment. Yeah, Anish is not gonna lose this position.
Played h5.
Yeah, I think it's very safe to assume Anish will not lose this. So.
Do you go f5? You could go f5 if you want
At some point, I probably want to include the king first so that it doesn't get cut off on the 8th. But even
yeah, the king.
But even if you play f5 and white plays rook e7, there's really not enough pieces on the board to exploit the fact that the king is cut off. So, what else is going on?
Not that much. Like the Magnus game is still the weirdest position, but it doesn't look like Niels really has any defense.
No, he's still way too undeveloped to deal with all the white's threats here.
The position hasn't changed that much from when he was a piece up. Well, now he's an exchange down, which doesn't bode well.
I think the most interesting position and the most unclear position is Livon's one. Yeah. Let's try and figure out what's going on. There is a a tactical attempt here black could try, but it doesn't quite work. I mean, it's nice geometry, but it loses by force, which is a bit of a dampener.
I'm trying to look at the times. They both have around 10 minutes left.
There is this tactical shot, but unfortunately, yeah, you can take not with the pawn, but with the queen, and this is you can resign here.
Yeah, the rooks are too strong here, because 2 rooks can attack 1 pawn, and the queen can only defend it once.
Yeah, so Chao took with the rook on d4. Maybe actually there's a case for the immediate rook takes c6 without centralizing the black queen first. No, but left took on d4. So let's stick with what they're doing, because otherwise we can get sidetracked. Yeah, he takes with the queen, and I think you take on c6 because it's important to. It's not just a pawn. You also want to activate your pieces to the fullest of their potential.
This feels like a Leningrad Dutch, where often the game opens up and simplifies, but white is still better because black has this pawn on f5. You could put it back on f7, yeah. It's equal.
But I really like your bishop b5 move, though. I think it should probably solve black's issues. Because if white needs to play f4, then white's king is just as bad as black's, and black is just not worse, I think. And if you trade these bishops off, black's play becomes way easier. Like bishop b5, queen e5, you also probably have to play g3 or f4 now though. f4 now, but even queen e3 is probably a draw, to be honest. Yeah, takes, rook a6, but yeah, rook e7, the king will never cross the e-file. Yeah, so
Chao should survive.
Yeah, it seems like he will get out of this alive. I like your bishop b5, but there probably is some other solutions here as well. But I think it's the most efficient one.
See what he does in the MVL versus Eljanov endgame. Nothing surprising has happened. MVL has these 2 passed pawns. How is this if, let's say, everything gets exchanged on the queen side and the king gets back? It's a draw, right? I always mix these things up.
It's a draw if the bishop is in a correct spot, I think, but it might not be if the bishop is not on the right diagonal. But trading everything off is very difficult for black here. He might be able to trade some pawns off, but trading all 4 for the white 2 will be an issue.
Especially his a-pawn when it goes to a3, it's going to be very hard to get to.
Yeah, and white just plays king f4 and starts pushing the h-pawn, and that's a very straightforward and also a very fast plan. Yeah. Here maybe c4 has to be considered. No, first, without all this.
Breakthroughs.
c4, b takes, c3, b takes, a3, but it doesn't work. Bishop f6 or c4 first. Actually, bishop,
but even then,
king
g5.
King g5 or g5, yeah. Yeah, c4, a2, bishop f6, and once again, yeah, this is hopeless. And king f4 has been played, so. Yeah, the issue for black is that, yeah, you do that and you can't really create passers.
Yeah, now we probably don't go a3, even though we could, but...
But yeah, then black should probably be aiming for this, to play c3, b3, b takes, c, b3, a takes, and then take maybe with the bishop and go a3, a2.
I was wondering about this anyway, and if c3, take it.
b3, c4, king c5. Might be.
We should win this race somehow.
Probably, yeah. Takes, h5. I can't even go king d3, which is what I would want to do. Hang on, no, c5. Let's not make white's life easier than it already is.
Fair enough. Okay. I don't know. This is not so simple, right? Because I sort of need
it's not as straightforward as you would have thought. Yeah, h6, bishop c2 might actually be holdable for black. Because I think I now run towards f7 with the king, and that should be enough resources.
Yeah, we've messed up. I've messed up.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this, but for now, let's stick with the simpler one to understand. I think the Aronian game.
Yeah. Chao's going to go bishop e5 and it's going to be drawn.
Probably. What's the time situation? Both of them below
10 minutes, roughly.
For 13 moves. Yeah, I mean, some time trouble, but not panic stations in a position in a position as straightforward as this one, I guess. Yeah.
We should remind everybody that it's a fast time control they're playing here. It's 1 hour 40 minutes without increment. So normally what you get is either 1 hour 30 minutes plus 30 seconds per move, or 2 hours for the first 40 moves. So the players are sort of missing 20 minutes. Vladimir Kramnik spoke about how it took him a little bit to adjust this faster rhythm.
And Chao goes for a very
Queen a4.
concrete solution, but that looks scary to me. It's probably okay, but it does look a little bit like you're inviting some kind of trouble. Rook c8, yeah, rook c7, queen a2.
Something could be there. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just.
But the queen returns to e6 next move, and then black starts feeling reasonably happy about life again. Like queen e6 is an immediate draw. So maybe this is also fine. And if white plays a3, it's slow. It's slow, and there is also a.
I was wondering about this.
Yeah, bishop b2, or you can start with f4 and then play bishop b2 to force matters even more. And now we take on a3, and it's a draw. Yeah. So interesting solution from this. I will just take and go king f7, and I think I'm completely untroubled here. Yeah.
No, this is equal.
Once again, it's a difference in approach, because bishop e5 was a kind of a structural attempt at a structural solution, and queen a4 is a bit of an immediate tactical solution. But I mean, if it works, it's just as good or maybe better.
Can you see any tricks? I don't really see any tricks.
No, I'm struggling to find anything.
As long as the queen defends diagonal from a2, so it's not
a2 is actually a very decent square for this queen, and taking the a pawn removes all of white's winning chances more or less, unless black gets mated immediately, and he probably shouldn't. So a decent move from Chao once again. He's been very tenacious and accurate in defense. There are moves in Carlsen Grandelius, but yeah,
a5.
Well, at least he wants to go rook a6, but yeah, rook f7 now is a huge threat. Yeah, I think it's just dead. Rook f7. Yeah, I could even take, to be honest, and go king f1 and queen takes f4 next move after knight e5. The pin will serve.
Yeah.
No, it's just lost.
Yeah, rook a6 has been played. Let's see if Magnus goes for rook f7.
Because it's not the only solution. There's definitely other ways to.
It looks good.
To skin the cat here. Yeah, but yeah.
So Carlsen's gonna win. Aronian Chao looks like a draw. Harikrishna against Topalov already finished in a draw. Kramnik Giri also looks like a draw, even though Kramnik is gonna jump around for a bit. Like I've seen him win such things.
Yeah, it's important that with the pawn on g4, the pawn on e4 is slightly left alone there. But
that's why I asked earlier. Like f5 looks a bit ugly, but could make a case for it. White probably still has to play for g4.
But even the way Anish has done it, I mean, right now you can play rook a8. Oh, sorry, rook e8. I'm mispronouncing my letters here. And if you go knight b5, I want to go rook e5.
Yeah, without rooks, there's not much to hope for.
Yeah, if rooks are gone, I will play f5. And also, I just want to play, let's say, rook e5 and f5 against anything, more or less. Rook d7, rook. Yeah, I mean, this is why I said with knights I'd be slightly more comfortable, because this bishop it can't really be included in the defense of the e4 pawn, which is relevant. But yeah, 3 against 3 on one side.
Has to be a draw.
Yeah, it's king f6, e6, and then e5, or king f6, g5, actually. Yeah. No, I really feel that something really, really bad has to happen here for Anish to not defend this.
Not very likely. So let's go back to the complicated stuff. Pavel decided not to push his a pawn for now.
Well, he is creating issues for white, because you don't really want to leave the long diagonal, and yeah, this is also a mistake. And also, if you put your bishop on g7 or h8, you're putting it somewhat, in the way of your own pawns. So perhaps now you can start pushing something on the other side, like a4.
Is there a threat?
I'm not sure. Not a threat as such, but I mean, I can play a3 maybe now. a3 and c3.
c3. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know what I want though. You can just ignore this, or you can take on b4. Both are perfectly valid. But I will, if I want, especially if you take on b5, I will be able to exchange everything on the king side. So I go king f7 now. And then
Probably have to do something slow like this.
king g8 first, probably. And now, yeah, king h7, you're in time to go g5, which is bad, I think. b3, for instance, yeah, takes.
Still
g5 probably, yeah.
Because if takes, then
I'm in time.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think this
bishop
is a draw.
f7. Yeah, this
bishop f7
no, bishop
easy.
yeah, bishop f7.
No,
and you
bishop
put
2 is also draw.
yeah, most likely, yeah. And this should hold. Just bishop e8, bishop f7
Yeah,
ad nauseum.
Easy draw. So you don't want to allow this.
But this maybe makes for an argument not to take on b4. Like ba c3, you just keep it exactly like this, because then getting rid of the a2 pawn becomes
you
hard.
do
So let's
this,
say king g5. And I'm not sure what's going on. King f7, king h4, king g8, bishop b5. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain about this at all.
Might just be winning.
Could quite easily be winning for white, yeah.
Oops.
No, hang on a second. The a pawn is the wrong pawn. So
yeah, but
even
if it
if
stays alive, it still matters.
yeah,
You
probably.
can use it as a decoy at the very least, and then queen my king side.
Yeah, true that.
No, this I think is winning. And the question is if there's any active stuff black can do, but
No, bishop h8 has been played, and yeah, what else? I mean, you probably play a4, but here you have a number of options. You can play a3, you can play c3, b3.
you don't want to do this.
Yeah,
Because
this
now
is-
you're
yeah.
just resigning.
Yeah, that's the one thing you definitely. I mean, probably c3, b3 is a better choice. c3 takes b3, and this at least does get rid of the king side quite. Sorry, queen side quite reliably, because I think you need to take. I'll take. Maybe even with the bishop. No, bishop I allow g5, right? C4.
C4, I would guess. Yeah.
Yeah, king f7, king g5, bishop e2.
Are you in time here?
Seems-
Ah, you are. Eh?
I'm in time. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to play king h6, but then of course I do this.
So it would. Hang on a second.
F5 doesn't change anything.
But in that position, I can't take on c4, right? If we get to the final position, like king g5, bishop b2, I can't take on c4 until you've played king h4. So let's say bishop b2 here, because bishop c4, king h6, I probably lose, right? Although I'm not so sure, but I probably lose.
Yeah, I think you lose.
Yeah, I think this is winning. So I need to pass, like king g8 maybe. Yeah, I think I swing it over to h7 and then I will take. And if you play king h4 here, I will take and I will.
I'm thinking about this just to be confusing.
Creates no threats though. I can give it.
Well, g5.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going mad. Even this endgame is surprisingly tricky actually. Yeah, so it's.
Is this winning?
King
Like,
h6?
This should be winning again, right?
Yeah, you
It
feel-
takes
yeah.
g5 and yeah.
That
Just
probably
to
is quite easily winning.
illustrate whatever. You can't do anything with these pawns, and white has a pretty straightforward plan of going for this and this, which can't really be stopped.
Yeah, curious. And Pavel continues with the run towards h7, which he probably feels is the best chance.
Final destination.
Yeah.
So what does white do? Same stuff?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, and now there's a big question: can you allow king h4 with the king side, with the queen side still full, so to speak? Can you allow king h4?
Well, if I get this and this,
I think game ends. Yeah.
game is over. Yeah, you're never in time to liquidate the queen side without the bishop. Or are you? Because then there is issues with this being the
Yeah.
wrong pawn.
Let's have a look. Select
just wait.
bishop e2 or bishop e. Okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Bishop d1, g5, bishop c2. You can even postpone this for a while, I
The
think.
question is if we can go pawn hunting to distract black.
Before even collecting on the.
Yeah, because what I'm
Yeah.
My point is this, and
King
whatever
G4.
you do, King G4.
A4 probably. King F4, C3, but I think I can play B3.
Yeah, that's
Which is why maybe you should play A3 instead of C3 on the previous move. A3 does leave me with the A pawn because before B3 black will win, I think, yeah. Takes C4 and this is a queen. Well, maybe not win because King E3, King D2 was in time, but definitely not lose. So A3 takes.
Take here. The king should make it back in time.
Quite comfortably, probably. Yeah. Although, you know, people play this position zone justifiably because it's possible to go wrong, like King E7, King C6, and yeah, you try and collect all these pawns whilst at the same time not allowing the king to reach the corner. But
normally it doesn't work, but you can.
Actually, here, like Bishop F4, C1 takes A3 and run. This particular position probably is completely winning, but yeah, we've gotten way too carried away. This is.
How do we do this?
This is some way away from. It's curious. Let's go back to the game because some things have happened which.
A4, A3 has been played.
But now C3 liquidates the queen side.
But isn't this the line we had more or less? Takes.
I can take on A3.
No, it's always the same thing, no?
No, I don't even have to think about the A-pawn endings anymore.
Sure, but...
no, this you will lose after
here
C4.
C4,
yeah.
sorry.
C4, bishop E2. King
No, but
G5.
here we're not in time to get everything we wanted it.
Probably not. King H6 though.
It's still winning.
No, but this is the one I was talking about. Put all of these back, please.
Okay.
King. No, I mean here.
What do you think?
I wanted to go. No, I'm not in time, right? I wanted to go bishop E2, G5, King E6, G6, King F5, but simply no. But G7. Well, you need to evacuate the bishop first, but then G7
I'm
will
threatening G7, King H7, and you can't stop it because bishop C4,
bishop
King
somewhere,
G7.
yeah, G7 and King H7. Hang on, and.
Oh, hey. Oh yeah, this is a
Draw.
This is a draw. Eh?
Yeah, this is a completely a draw.
Ah, go back.
So, all of this is very curious. Also, Pavel decided not to do this, but he will. Bishop E2 is kind of a preparation.
Has the option.
Yeah, it's a preparation. I mean, King G5 is still the only. Or King G3, H4 is the same. Yeah, it's still the only plan White has here. So let's continue checking this. King G5, C3, B takes.
BA, yeah.
You probably go BA for simplicity's sake. C4, bishop takes C4. If you allow bishop E2, it's a draw, right? It's just an immediate draw.
Here.
I mean, if White doesn't play King H6.
Well, that doesn't help him at least, right?
King H4, I can play bishop E2, G5, and bishop D3.
Yeah, you can't get out. King G3, there should be bishop E2.
Well, not immediately. Let's go bishop A1 again. Bishop C2, I guess, or somewhere. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's play A2 for once again for demonstration. King G3.
Okay, well, wait.
But are we sure this is a draw there?
What do you want?
King F4.
I'll keep waiting.
And after King E5, you go bishop E2, yeah?
Maybe.
Yeah, and here we have King G7, which is kind of important, and it's a draw.
Well, why do I need to go bishop E2, even if it works?
Oh, that is actually,
I don't
yeah.
see any plan.
Sorry, I'm going slightly mad there. So, how does White win then?
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe it's just a draw.
Hang on, but no, this is the critical try.
Well, we've done this, right? I forgot everything by now, but...
We have done this, but I'm not entirely convinced in my own analysis, which is why I'm returning to this. King E6, because if you allow G6, King G5, you're dead, so King E6. But this might be winning though.
Check.
Once again, I need to include bishop A1 somewhere, which might not be possible. Which is maybe why MVL in this position played bishop E5. Yeah, he wants to have this bishop. he wants to have this bishop on a better square for the upcoming endgames, and this actually makes a lot of
He
sense.
also has bishop d6 sometimes to force the issue.
No, bishop e6 loses to c3, so that really
Forces the issue.
definitely forces the issue. True. Okay, let's and with this they made the time control more or less. Pavel has, I think, more than. Can we check?
He has 54 minutes. They get 50 minutes.
He
after
played
move 40.
he played c3 though, so they made the time control. So let's.
Strange move on move 40 though.
It is
Played C3.
it is a little bit, but let's revisit the old Scandinavian battle. Yeah, rook g8
Where are all these
wins.
pieces?
Yeah, rook g8 seems to be winning on the spot, right?
Queen h7.
Sorry. He did play rook f7, but after queen e8 he decided not to hurry and played king f1. Black took, and now white structure is also improved. Queen h8, king g2, knight d8, rook f8, queen g7, rook h1, rook h6. This is the current position, and I am arguing for this as the immediate solution to all of our white's issues, although I could be wrong, yeah? There's no immediate mate, and if there's no mate, it's probably a mistake to go for this.
Yep.
But white, of course, doesn't really need any of this. You
White has a wide choice. Even
I
queen
mean,
f6
yeah,
should win.
just do this and queen the g-pawn in due time. Nothing will really stop it.
Bishop on d5 is pretty strong.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most practical of the solutions available to Magnus here. There should be others, but
Yeah, you don't need queen f6, but it looks good enough for sure.
yeah,
No, he's gonna win.
yeah, that position is winning, and Magnus is highly unlikely to let it go. And this is the position now on the board in Aronian Chao. We think
Draw.
it should end in a draw. How did they get here? After rook c7, queen a2, left played rook b7, at least creating a threat of queen c7, but queen e6, queen f6. I wonder why he didn't take on a7 here. Did he really? I mean, there is a 4, bishop takes f4, and the 3 against 2. But is he really claiming he can get more than this? I mean, he played queen d7 here. Li Chao played rook d8, queen a4, queen d4, queen a2 check now. Maybe he is claiming he can get more, but yeah,
King h8, what's the point? Bishop h4? No, sorry, blundering all the pieces.
Yeah,
Queen
I'm not
f7,
sure.
queen f6, right?
queen f7 doesn't even create a threat as such. I can play rook f8 and f4 if I want, maybe. Yeah,
Maybe it's time to go queen a7 and shake hands.
well, it's always an option available to white here, of course. I mean, white is never worse. I'm just wondering if this is a sort of a legitimate winning attempt or just checking in potential mutual time trouble for black to, I don't know, blunder something horrible.
It's a clock situation, 3 minutes for Li Chao, 2 minutes for Levon, so he doesn't have a lot of time.
And
queen d5
the MVL game actually finished while we were discussing all this.
Draw, yeah, and they exchanged
Yeah.
everything.
How did this happen? So
Quickly.
okay. MVL decided not even to check. This is very interesting. But maybe in this position he's not in time anymore, yeah? Because he just went g5, g6 check, which is not a particularly ambitious winning attempt. But king g5. But here I guess he's just not in time, yeah? Bishop e2, king h4, king e6.
I was worried about losing.
No, not really, but this probably is just bishop a1, and I go bishop d1, g5, king f5. And bishop b3. Oh, I play bishop e2 and I wait forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bishop e2 and I wait for g7, and then I play bishop c4. And king g6, yeah. It's still a draw, but why do all this? So, very nicely defended by Pavel. We still don't know if he was actually in time.
Do you think maybe Pavel studies such endgames? Because it's not so unlikely to
yeah,
get
wouldn't be
these openings.
surprised at all, to be honest, because many of these Berlin endgames are very standard, and you do need to know the answers to some of these questions because they will pop up again and again. And this is maybe one of the endgames you actually have to look at some point. But it did seem to me that, for instance, it's not an endgame where time doesn't matter. Like there was this famous endgame Dmitry Yakovenko won against Wang Yue, where there was an endgame which Wang Yue was going for happily for many games in a row. with white having basically an extra e5 pawn, and dark square bishop against the dark square bishop for Wang Yue. And then Dmitry found at home that in some position the move c2, c3, as I remember, it's very important to keep the pawn on c2 for some reason, and then you play c3 in some weird position that creates a threat of bishop d4.
I hate to interrupt that exciting Berlin endgame story, but Pavel, Eljanov and MVL are here.
We'll
Do
ask
you want to
them.
talk to them?
Sure. Sorry about that, people. I get distracted by things. So, let's give you this. Just as you were coming out of the playing hall, we were discussing if any of you actually studied this particular endgame.
No. How is possible?
Well, because it occurs. I mean, there's a Mamedjarov-Rager game with the same endgame. So, well, initially, yeah, but
no, but also probably with a few things up from.
Yeah, exactly. And but this is a very sharp endgame where tempi matter a lot. I guess,
and I mean, I don't know whether.
But let's start from the beginning. I don't know. Let's start with you, Maxim. What do you want to tell us?
What can I tell you? I mean, again, I looked at this, of course, this morning because Pavel played it already, for instance, against Laurent in Reykjavik. So, but for some reason, after Bishop e7, I didn't remember what to do.
And maybe a bit louder as well.
What I can say is that f4 is never too good in a content of f5. I think pawn takes, and if f5 you're in time for h4.
Mm.
But I didn't remember whether it's rook e1 or rook d2, so I just played the more natural move. Yeah, I didn't really expect a6. I thought maybe bishop d7 with the idea of rook d8. But it's a position, where you cannot really decide which option is the best, and you just have to play according to your feeling, at least. That's my thinking.
Okay, so what happened later? We were, I had this. We were discussing this weird move e6 here, but it probably doesn't work. Yeah.
Well, I think you just take.
Yeah, bishop e6, knight f4, but there's rook h6. If not for rook h6, maybe it would make some sense.
Come on, you can play rook d8.
Rook d8, bishop d4, you probably actually are a little bit better.
Bishop f6? That looks a bit strange.
Yeah, bishop f6 is decent, but the rook h6 is an even cleaner decision. But you thought here for a second, and I thought maybe this was what you were thinking about. But
no, I was thinking how to continue, and I was quite happy with what I found with bishop f4. I felt, if you don't play g5, now e6 might be on the table soon. So g5 and just coming back. I'm not sure if provoking g5 is worth 2 tempi, but at least in the game it was. It felt right.
At first it looks like a waste of time, but then I realized that seeing is not.
The point is, if you play king f8, I can go knight g3.
Yeah, that's the main idea.
And knight e4, knight f6, or
king g7.
Yeah, king g7. No, maybe I even have e6.
Oh yeah, that is true. Hang on. Bishop takes.
Yeah, it's not clear. Whether I should do this, but.
Bishop f6.
Yeah, and no, not this.
Take a knight c5, yeah?
Yeah. First of all, this is an option. I'm not sure it's a good one, but it exists. But anyway, I can even play knight e4 now, king g6, bishop c5, which might be better.
Yeah, it's possible, sure. So what did you think about this position, Pavel?
I think it should be more or less balanced, but I have a lot of options. Not easy to choose. Probably the most straightforward idea is to play g4 at some point. But the problem is that he takes and bishop f4.
Or even rook d4 sometimes. I mean, probably I was going to go bishop f4, but sometimes I even have rook d4 and, you know.
Yeah, but rook d4 then have a time to...
No,
I
of
don't
course.
know, maybe bishop d7.
Probably I should go bishop f4 with knight
This is more or
d4.
less what I can get in the game, I think. Because bishop f5 also possible here. And this is transposition. If he play knight d4, bishop g6 and e6, and it was more or less I can play in the game because I also.
But this looks interesting for white, no?
Yeah, but for black also. I mean.
Yeah, no, it's.
Rook d8.
Yeah, rook
It was
d8.
what I was calculating. First of all, white can take.
Probably I can
But
take.
here, rook d5. I think it's good counterplay for me, no?
Yeah, but maybe you can take on e6 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and c4. And c4, rook d7 back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking at some positions like this, not exactly this one, but we're looking at something similar to this, and like a Marshall kind of compensation here.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can go rook e1 here.
Tricky.
Take maybe c5. I know c5 is impossible. Yeah?
No, but maybe you can take actually. And this might be too much.
Yeah, maybe you've gotten slightly carried away. Although bishop e5 is still a move, but
Yeah, well. Anyway, yeah, let's not get too carried away because g4, it feels a bit wrong because I can maybe, play even. Okay, c3 is maybe
bishop f5 maybe more flexible. Okay.
Yeah. And there, knight d4, bishop g6.
yeah, this is
E6.
very logical, and we thought
I was considering f6
f6
for a
also.
while.
Maybe f4. Not
Yeah,
so
no, because the point is, I mean, here I really wanted g4 to work because if I get knight f5, it's almost resignable, but this is unpleasant.
This is why you rejected this.
And if bishop f2, you just take. And c5. Should be in time.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, this looked promising for a while.
And in the game?
Yeah, and if f6, I don't know, I was considering h4, but it shouldn't be much. Maybe here you can go rook d8.
Why not c5?
c5 I don't like because of no, I cannot take on g5 yet, but knight b3.
b6, I guess.
Why? b6. Yeah, b6.
Oh, b6 rook d7 though, yeah?
Yeah.
But rook c8 and what then? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Then maybe you can take on g5, take on e7, but Yahoo is better there.
No, but with knight on b3.
Yeah, I should first.
Cannot be better. Probably.
I should first do this, for instance.
Yeah.
Because now, if bishop f5, probably I can take on e7 and bring my knight very early to h4 and push the f pawn. But yeah, it's
unclear.
Yeah, it's very unclear. I agree. But I was not sure. I was considering also c4.
No, but f4 was the move
f4.
I didn't like.
Yeah, but c5.
c5 then and knight f3 just to play this.
Like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Probably it's not so pleasant. Maybe it's still okay for black, but not unpleasant to play. Have a lot of threats.
Yeah, no, possible. It's very possible. Of course, I also considered this, but yeah, I mean, I also had a lot of options. So yeah, but after rook d8, it felt like, I should be much better, but I wasn't sure. Okay, I rejected rook c1 in account of bishop f5, knight g5 and king g6, bishop f6.
Yeah.
It should be just fine.
Yeah. So I took. Yeah, I can take with a bishop. It might be promising as well.
Yeah, we were discussing this. Takes, king f6, I think.
Yeah.
You probably play f4. I don't
f4, bishop f5 anyway.
Yeah, or king f5, but bishop f5 probably more solid.
Yeah, knight f3, bishop f5.
Oh, but I think even rook d1 it's just unclear. I even consider it in the game much worse option. I mean,
Yeah.
not seriously considered, but okay.
Yeah, because it just loses. Yeah.
Yeah, here just.
No, I mean, of course I can take this pawn on c7, but that's
should be okay
too much. Yeah, because
should
you
be
can
enough
even play king
compensation.
f7 and define knight a8, b5. And
Yeah.
I have.
No, this is why we were discussing that maybe after knight takes g5, it was better to play king g6.
Yeah, but after king g6, I go knight e6.
Rook g1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also was also possible, but also knight f4 here.
King f7?
I mean, yeah, maybe I meant.
Yeah, no, but here I was considering knight c5 anyway.
Ah, so you still get the same.
Yeah, I still get the same.
Okay, more or less, but okay.
Can you?
Yeah.
b6?
b6 I just take.
I go knight b8, yeah?
Yeah.
Bishop d6.
That's probably, I mean, you do have compensation, but
Yeah, we were discussing the fact that, you know, this still looks a little bit like Marshall, and black has, you know, excellent drawing chances, but
yeah.
it was because we couldn't really understand the endgame you got. We couldn't really understand if black is fast enough to make a draw there, so.
Yeah. No, I assumed I
I
have
haven't considered yet take the bishop here, but
Yeah, but
of course
Knight c5 is very
knight
strong.
f4 is
yeah.
killing.
King of why killing? King f6
f3 is next.
and h4.
Yeah, and king f2. I mean, I
But
assume.
why killing? I don't know.
Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm assuming.
What second you play g3? Or, I'm not sure.
Possibly.
No, we thought knight c5 was very strong after king takes c7. Right?
Yeah, of
But
course.
then b6.
Knight a6, knight b4.
No, knight a6. Ah, yeah, like this. I wasn't sure. I was also considering knight c5,
Yeah,
knight
of course,
c4.
it's such a nice.
Yeah.
It's,
But I think, you
it's
know,
too much for me, I mean.
yeah, you have
Yeah, no, it's,
problems even if I just play g4 next, and you know, you cannot really get any counterplay, I assume. But maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, and in the game,
But king e6, of course, is natural. Yes, here probably I should spend more time and find something more precise, because in the game I was not nearly fast enough. But probably, I mean, considering that in the game I was probably 3 tempi short at least, you know, it's probably too much to ask from the position.
maybe.
But,
I think
I mean,
3
from
tempi is
the-
an overstatement, but yeah, you.
Yeah, probably it's overstatement.
But from the very beginning, you know, from this position I felt I had quite good winning chances, but yeah, in the game I definitely didn't prove it, so.
Yeah, we also felt that this is very dangerous for black, but somehow Pavel just held it quite comfortably. So this is why I asked if maybe you analyzed this, because
Maybe, you know, it feels like too much, but maybe I should go something very strange like bishop f8 and to try to play b4, maybe getting things more under control, but it could be very
But
dangerous.
here I can play h4 at some point, because
Yeah, you probably.
put my king somewhere on g6 and h4. I have this idea also.
Yeah, I know.
yeah, it's very difficult to assess, and we were trying to catch up to events because you both were playing so fast that we couldn't really stop. And
Yeah, no, I couldn't really decide what to do, and I don't really know. I mean, it's probably a matter of tempi, but you know, my king is not active enough at the moment. So.
Yeah, maybe bishop f8, and maybe it's interesting.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a question for proper endgame analysts to now publish 10-page analysis.
Yeah, I
of
mean,
this.
definitely with 10 minutes and 0 increment. Yeah,
Yeah, it was.
I was not going to produce my best show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and,
maybe here before maybe interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
I realized
before.
that before you have this, but
Maybe. Yeah, I just assumed it's not needed at the moment, but maybe.
maybe it was. Yeah, maybe it was.
Yeah, at the same time, maybe you're in time to just create some strange counterplay. Probably that's too much to bring the king to b4 and so on. Yeah, it was definitely a much better try than what I did.
Yeah, in the game by move 40 it's more or less a forced draw. So
And you know, I mean, also the problem is all the time. I mean, I know I cannot lose this, but at the same time, you know, allowing these c3 ideas with with 5 minutes on the clock, it never feels so easy.
no, I appreciate that. Sure. Okay, anything to add, Pavel? Because we do have 2 more games finishing, so we.
okay, not much again. Okay, I felt that it could be A bit easier to make a draw in resulting position after the opening, but okay, maybe I made some inaccuracies.
But still,
Still looks like
Yeah, it's Berlin odds, but I felt it was, a fairly interesting Berlin.
Sure. No, we got very confused, which I don't know if it's a sign of anything, but we got very confused at some point. Okay, thanks for your explanations, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
See you.
Welcome back, everybody. 4 of the 5 games are over. Only Kramnik against Giri is still ongoing. Should be a draw as well. We're being joined by Levon, Aronian and Lee Chao. Levon, your game finished in a draw, but you had some chances maybe, no?
Yeah, I thought the position was advantageous for me, but I had to play precisely, which wasn't such an easy task.
Were you surprised by the move G6 here? It's a rare move.
I saw this move. Somebody played with a friend of mine, Gabriel Sargsyan, so I was aware that this move exists, and I think this is the right reaction.
Then later on, you got this position. Yeah, I was curious because as an exchange Slav aficionado, I thought this was a big advantage, but you think it's not so much, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is the most natural way to play, but I felt it might not be enough to win the game, because he'll play something like Queen D7, Rook E8, or Queen C8, Rook E8.
Maybe Queen C8.
Yeah. And I felt once the pawn is on E5.
I don't know about sometimes I can play C5 or not.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
C5 looks really pleasant for white, but
hard to.
Once some pawns disappear, then you see that there's nothing much.
Okay. So you played more subtle.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, I was wondering about this as well, just briefly. Something like this, Peter suggested this idea, which looked very clever because of E6, Bishop D6 is very unpleasant. Yeah? So this, say here, or what do you do?
I'm not sure what I should play here.
No. After Queen B6, I'm not sure about Queen C5. Yes, Queen C5 now.
Here?
Yes.
Okay, it's the same move.
Yeah, but take, then.
Are you trying to be slightly worse with white?
Oh, okay. But how?
Your black isn't time.
Okay, so maybe it's a mistake, I don't know.
Bishop F8. Yeah, I have to say I probably misjudged.
Strange move, but seemed to be in time for e6, c5 in that lines. Okay, and then later in the game, you were better, but nothing decisive, or how did you evaluate it?
I thought it's a very pleasant position to play, but then I've actually missed rook c8. This was, of course, terrible. I shouldn't have. I should have played something better here, but I couldn't see. See? You really want to play a move like queen d3 here.
Yes.
But then I kind of didn't like some sort of thing like this, queen e7.
Yes.
Some exchanges, you know, it might just lead to a draw. So this was generally the problem. And queen c1 I thought is clever, but I forgot about this rook c8 because the main idea, of course, is that he can never put the queen on d5. So
after rook c8,
he's probably
peters out.
Fine. But then I think Chao gave me unnecessary chances. I thought I was mainly considering this. I thought this leads to a draw.
Oof.
Yeah, something like this. And I'm in time to bring the rook to f3. Just rook b7.
But you're trying to build a fortress with white?
Yeah, but what to do? I mean, because queen b2 is there.
Okay.
Of course I can take on c6, but bishop b5 or f4. Yeah, and here, of course, I think I've missed a good chance to pose some problems. I thought this was correct, and here, of course, I should have played queen a5. I don't know what got into me at that moment.
But what's your next move?
My next move is actually...
Maybe h5 now. I always want to play h5.
Maybe... Rook g7? What do you feel about that?
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, so...
Yeah, I should have played queen a5. This was ridiculous to give this check.
It's a nice trap.
And at the last moment, I saw f4, bishop h4. At the last moment, I thought, you know, I was really down on time. I thought, what if there is something here? I kind of freaked out.
a2, something like this, yes.
Because we thought it was just a draw, but it's still a tricky position, yeah?
Yeah, this is, he shouldn't play f4, but...
I think if I have time, I think it's okay, but I don't have enough time.
Yeah, and time travel.
Maybe rook f8. The only way?
Rook f8, yeah, it's possible. But if I give a check?
King h8.
There is something flying around or not? Maybe he's just fine, yeah? Maybe not. Yeah, probably some solid moves and you'll be fine.
Yeah. So, happy birthday, first of all.
Thank you so much.
Chao, you survived your game with black against Levon on your birthday. I think we have to cut it short because Magnus Carlsen is still waiting to show us his victory. Thanks a lot, guys, and best of luck.
Magnus can play queen d6 sometime.
And we're right back. We're being joined by world champion Magnus Carlsen and the Swedish #1 Niels Grandelius. Magnus won the game. Magnus, were you surprised by Niels's opening?
Well, I was actually warned that he might play it, but I didn't take that warning seriously, so I didn't actually prepare for it. So it was very much mixed emotions when I saw knight at f6. On the one hand, thinking, shit, why didn't I prepare for this? But on the other hand, it feels like things cannot go that bad, that wrong for white if I just make normal moves. But, I have to admit I don't really know this stuff. I noticed that some people have been playing this line recently, but I cannot say I've studied it.
And Niels, normally I've seen some games in this line, but black plays some slow plan with e6, queen c7, b6, whatever. Was this queen b6 still your preparation?
Yeah, that's kind of the new way of playing this line. You want to provoke b3 and then you go back to the normal plan, and then you have this hook to attack. But Magnus quite smartly avoided the b3 and also stopped queen c7. So.
Then after queen c1 we were condemning f6. Did you expect it?
No, I expected f6 because I don't think there's a lot of choice. I don't know. d5 looks very, very dubious. e6, you get knight d2. So that there isn't that much choice really. And so you have to go here. I don't know if e6 is possible though. But maybe I go h4.
Yeah, it's quite impressive.
Yeah, it doesn't look very pleasant. So g5.
Do you consider ef6 here immediately?
Yeah, I did, but
we thought this was kind of interesting.
Yeah, but I just thought that the bishop was a much stronger piece than the knight. So.
Maybe
is e6 very bad?
I don't know. Castle's long and rook h1. I mean, black doesn't really have that many pieces defending as well. So
no, I have to try to get my queen to the defense.
Yeah, maybe knight a5 immediately.
Yeah,
is queen b2 ridiculous? Like
when we took castles, we thought simply castles, queen e3, rook f1. It gets scary very fast.
It's very dangerous.
And e6.
Rook ad1.
Rook ad1.
Yeah. I mean, it's playable. I don't know.
I don't know. It could be that black is just blown to pieces for all I know. Yeah.
But what you did was also obviously very promising.
Knight a5
well, I have to see. Yeah, I think knight a5 is forced. I have to say that my original intention was fe. Not my original intention was f7, but then once I around here I started thinking that why isn't fe7 very good? So I think takes bishop f7 if king d8 castles. This looks horrible for black to me.
So what made you change your mind?
No, I thought king f8. Yeah.
Oh, this works.
I don't know. I didn't see anything else than bishop e6.
No, it's not that clear what you have in here.
Yeah, bishop e6 is a repetition. Otherwise, I don't know.
Do you consider bishop e2 or some slower move after knight a5?
Bishop e2?
Yeah.
I didn't see bishop e2.
It's not clear if it's good. The machine says queen e6 and black is fine, but we were just trying all kinds of crap.
But f7 is very logical.
Yeah.
And also looks very, very good, in fact.
Yeah, but here you could play d6.
Yeah, d6.
No, yeah, obviously, but the thing was that I couldn't see any defense, simply. Rook g2.
Rook g2.
Bishop h3.
Rook g1.
Rook g1.
Yeah.
And there will be bishop h4, rook g8, and then I will have no moves.
Yeah. Well, e6, I was thinking about e6, knight, bishop here, knight c4, b3.
Yeah, we thought this was the best chance, but we couldn't really understand how to proceed for black from here as well. We thought h5, but just king b1.
Yes.
And then once again, black kind of runs out of moves a little bit.
Here I can also go bishop h4 actually. Just trying to be clever.
And bishop h3, something like queen
e3.
Queen e3, yeah.
And if e6, I think I can take.
Rook g8.
Knight c4.
Knight c4.
Queen a5.
Queen a5. And takes and bishop f6. So.
Yeah, that's pretty cute. Yeah. Hang on. Rook h8, bishop h6. Ah, there's queen e3 there. Sorry. Yeah. I wanted to give a perpetual, but there will be there will be no perpetual. Yeah.
Well, it's just. I'm sure the computer is laughing at this in some way, but it seemed very bad to me.
Yeah, we were told that this Norwegian supercomputer they have, after deep thought, gives you an advantage, while regular computers think black is fine. So.
Yeah.
Niels, do you think you were in big trouble here, or do you? How do you like your chance?
Bishop h6 was kind of born out of desperation, obviously.
Did you blunder this bishop h4, or did you just see no other chance?
No, not bishop h4, but I blundered something later. I thought I could play knight c6 actually, instead of taking an f7.
Yeah, we thought this.
And then takes and just rook
g2.
Yeah, exactly, and rook g2, and I'm just mated. So.
Yeah.
So
I mean, maybe I should just put my queen on h8, but
we thought you were clever, but later there was one point, not that it matters much, where you can start with bishop takes c6.
No, I mean that was stupid. I mean, just to avoid queen e7.
Yeah,
I mean, just that was just a complete brain fart. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. If I take on c6, then the game is just over. Over immediately. Yeah.
BC bishop g3.
But I think here as well, I didn't see anything better than h6 actually, and we get the same position with the pawn. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, bishop c6 also works, you know. Queen e7, rook h5, bc. I mean, anyway, like if my trick works, then I'm still completely lost.
Yeah.
It's not really that appetizing.
So Magnus, 2.5 out of 3. Things are going according to plan.
Yeah, sure. I've had 2 whites and gotten pressure right from the start, so that's all good.
And Niels, are you getting depressed, or are you enjoying the sharp games?
No, I'm enjoying it, of course. It's. I mean, this game today was. It's just hard to be too dissatisfied because I probably am just much worse very early on.
Second move, yeah?
Yeah, second move already, probably. No, so it's. I mean, it's not the quality of the play, at least. I mean, that's something, even though it's still a bit ridiculous.
All right then, Peter, any questions?
Not really. I think we covered everything, and thanks for the analysis.
Yeah, and best of luck to both of you for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
It's just the two of us again, but not for long, because the last game of the round has finished as well. There was sort of the writing on the wall that the Kramnik Giri game would end in a draw, and it has. Which means another short round, Peter. What struck you as interesting today?
No, I think as with all the previous rounds, many interesting games. I mean, the big story of the day is, of course, the very nice sacrificial game from Magnus Carlsen. He jumps into a very early lead in the tournament, 2.5 out of 3. But also, I mean, all the other games were drawn, but out of those 4, only the game between Harikrishna and Topalov can be, arguably described as a quiet, somewhat uneventful game. The rest was quite sharp, and the MVL Eljanov endgame was very interesting and very theoretically important as well, because we see more and more of this structure, and Levon and Chao have just shown some ridiculous variations. I was keeping one eye on their press conference, and stuff that Levon was showing there was...
He had some tricks, yeah? Like, even though it might not have been winning, it was very...
Yeah, it was very, very interesting to watch. Also an interesting game despite ending in a draw. And yeah, the game between Kramnik and Giri was, I guess you can describe it as, you know, very correct.
We're being shouted down here, no chance. But we are waiting, of course, for Kramnik and Giri to explain us some subtleties of the G3 C6 Grunfeld. You might know some of these subtleties, but it's always interesting to hear what these guys have been thinking during a game.
I think it will be most of Vanish's press conferences are very, very decent viewing, so we're hopeful they will at some point emerge from the playing hall and we can ask them some questions.
Analyzing over the board. Anish probably won't be dissatisfied because Kramnik is sort of his bête noire. After 10 games, Anish had lost 6 of them and drawn 4, so draw with black after yesterday's
there they
experience. You probably won't mind so much, and here are the players will get even further away from each other to create space. But you guys fit in there? Let's see. Anish, oh no, you're wearing a tie. I thought you had abandoned team tie, but okay. Just check. Do you ever wear ties when you're playing?
Very rarely. I mean, only when I'm completely forced. So.
Are we live? Oh, sorry. Welcome back, everybody, with Vladimir Kramnik and Anish Giri, the last game of the round to finish. Guys, what happened? We have Peter here, another Grunfeld expert. Big theory discussion?
Well, from one side, I mean, I was discussing and he was, Anish was just making his moves out of...
Theory is this, of course, yeah?
Yeah, queen b6, queen c1 or queen b3, yeah, there are some options.
Yes,
I didn't know this move.
Or rare,
it's a new, yeah, maybe. But somehow, okay.
It's slightly better for white, but I've drawn it by force everywhere. So I decided that I can play it, but of course.
Yeah, because I mean,
worse.
In general, yeah, it's quite pleasant for white. But I understood that.
Yeah,
okay,
I looked up all the moves here till the draw, so it's okay.
Mm-hmm. You don't watch a lot of TV shows, do you?
But then, I mean,
otherwise
I don't understand why. But I understand why then the game lasted for 60 moves. Yeah, it's normally should be 20.
You like chess, so.
Yeah, that's the only reason. No, I mean, but okay, of course, it's in general c5. It's almost forced. Bishop a3, I guess, is most logical. Of course, what white is doing
is one of the best tries.
Yeah. I mean, that's logical, and I understood that you have checked it.
Yeah,
I mean,
bishop a3. Queen a6 after bishop d7.
Yes, I was hesitating whether to play queen a6, but since you were just blitzing out the moves, I decided, okay, I better just play queen a5, and I'm a bit better in endgame, because queen a6 you have some options there.
Yeah, they were like, if I remember correctly, there was some funny stuff like this. Knight e4, bishop e4, bishop e4. I think knight e6 is possible. Something like this. I was thinking during the game, maybe this is the point, and then you have rook b1 check, and I'm drawing by force. But,
okay, I was right not to play queen a6.
Yeah.
No, but queen a5, actually, I thought this endgame should be slightly better for white. I mean, it's quite dangerous for black, but yeah, I was hesitating here. Even thinking about the strange move bishop b7, just to block your rook c7, rook b1. Something. It's a strange thing.
Yeah, but also white's pieces are bishop on a3, knight and they could be good, but they could also be bad. So
yeah, but one day I want to go back with the bishop, at some point.
Of course, position is very concrete because this kind of position could be worse for black. Or something. It could also be completely fine, yeah.
Yeah, I mean 98, 96 maybe, but then I play rook b3, bishop d5, I don't know yet. But it was looking a bit strange, and I was looking at knight b7 as well.
Yeah, but I don't see advantage over knight b3.
Yeah, I didn't see any advantage really, yeah. So knight b3 looks to me, I thought bishop g4 is almost only move.
Here I was wasting a lot of time, I was trying to force a draw. They said.
Yeah.
to make a
That's
game
I
short, but
also.
then,
Can you take on E2?
Yeah,
no,
rook
that
E1,
was what I
C4.
thought it was holding. I mean, bishop c4, bishop a7, rook b4, I
Rook
suppose.
AC1.
Yeah, rook ac1 is the best try. Although there was some other. No, actually, this was tricky. Strangely enough, rook b5. You have to play.
A4 then.
No, rook a4, just bishop e7. I think it's a pawn. Okay, drawish pawn, but a pawn. Probably. Yeah, but here somehow I was, takes, and now strangely enough, for example, after rook a7, but rook c3 you have. I think you have rook c3, but rook a6 I thought here. I mean, it's strange, but you really still have to solve some issues. But knight g4, if not knight g4, it can be quite unpleasant, because knight is hanging and knight e8, bishop c6. Okay, it's really becoming, but after knight g4 I couldn't see, because bishop d5, even rook b2, I couldn't really see how to, maybe some tricks, but bishop h3, h5, you have h3, knight e5.
It would be really sad if chess will essentially become a game of playing out these kind of positions.
No, I mean, of course, if you just manage to get out, it's a draw. But
I was afraid of rook.
Rook ac1 was
rook ac1.
Rook ac1 was quite dangerous. But then e6, I couldn't find the way through after e6.
Yeah, this looks very, very scary to me, because I was calculating rook a4.
Rook a4, rook e7.
Let's say rook a2, bishop d4.
Rook a2, bishop d4.
And this,
strangely enough, it's difficult to make a move here. I mean, some bishop b7 is threatening. And
this is really dangerous. I think.
And bishop e6. The point that it doesn't work because I take, and rook a8 check and rook c8. So somehow, that's I thought also. But after e6, while you were thinking, I was trying to figure it out, but I couldn't see a way through, because I was calculating some knight d2, rook a4.
Bishop moves?
Bishop moves, bishop a6, or even knight moves.
But even this I was not sure if
I thought knight a5 is more, because I also want knight c6, but rook a4, and somehow if knight c6, the problem
you can
was
take everything.
Okay, but this is still you have to fight. But the problem is just bishop f8 or something. I couldn't make it.
The thing is, I was calculating this for a long time, but then I thought, why not just
but maybe you're right. I mean, that rook c7. I actually somehow thought that I should be a bit better here somehow, but I don't know how. Maybe I was thinking about the move like rook ac1, some strange move.
Yeah, if rook
now of course you can take.
Taking here I was a bit afraid, but rook b8.
But maybe not a big deal. Still.
Yeah, for sure. It's double-edged. Before c5. Rook b8 also possible.
Rook b8, then at least I thought maybe I can manage to. No, not here probably. No.
It's very solid.
I had some idea here. Wait, e3 was it? No, e3 you have knight d7 at minimum. Bishop e3, but the problem with bishop e2 and after rook e1, this is very annoying. I mean, this I thought was working well.
Yes.
Bishop f4, e5.
This is very good.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, it feels like somehow white is unable to consolidate his pawn.
Because it looks actually some knight a5 coming. I mean, it can be very dangerous for black. But after knight d7, I don't know, maybe
after e3, especially, which is
e3, it's a half move,
but it's a very, very timid. And now I think position is absolutely equal. And I don't think I ever was worse anyway. But
at some point it was a little. I don't know if e3 was the right move. But
we couldn't see anything.
I couldn't see anything better. I don't know if e5, maybe maybe e5 is not necessary. But I was sure that you are going to take the pawn back, but still some small issues here. I mean, I also was thinking if I can try knight a5 immediately.
But
I don't know, trying to get to c6
you have two pieces hanging now. Rook c5?
Rook c5?
Rook c5.
Rook c5. No, here rook c5. No, so rook fc1. Not necessarily bishop e6, but all right. I still thought maybe I can press a bit somehow.
Was a good move, I think.
Takes. Knight a5 was just a blunder.
Maybe I could go even e4, but then
you mean
bishop d3, knight b3, e4 maybe I can play, but then take.
Take rook c1. No, but in any case, I just in fact I thought I have rook d1 here, and I forgot that after e4 takes. I mean, knight bishop e4 take. I'm getting mated, so I just in the horror I realized that after knight b3, in fact, didn't spoil too much.
Bishop c2.
Bishop c2, but even rook.
Bishop c2, Bishop c2 was good. I realized later, I think.
Bishop c2, and if I do this, for instance, and rook c1, somehow.
Knight d5, knight b4.
Knight b4, and I'm. rook c7 takes bishop a3 something. Just want to enter somehow. Yeah, I agree. It should be a draw. But in any case, I didn't have to allow it. But here rook d1.
Yeah, you
I thought knight c5. Yeah, I thought I thought knight c5 is probably enough for a draw.
Oh, that was my original intention. Yeah.
But then I finally thought maybe bishop d5. Strangely enough, I can still try a bit.
Yeah, the thing was, I thought as long as I stop bishop d5 and knight d6, I'm very equal.
But because knight on b6 is not so. I mean, here maybe I hurried. I should have gone something like this just to make a useful move.
What's the thing?
Because okay, knight a5. I won at some point knight a5, knight c6.
Take on a2 anyway, yeah.
But make a move. It's okay. Maybe I just push pawns. It's a bit difficult for you to make moves, but.
Yeah, but I would manage it. Bishop
e6. Well, I mean bishop e6. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, since the first time we played our game, I've become a grown man. Now I can draw this.
Now you even make a draw with black for the first time.
Change, yes, I've grown a lot.
Maybe bishop a3 was more active somehow.
I think Peter wants to play for me with black already. It's like the dream Grunfeld endgame or...
No.
Yeah, bishop f8, that's why I didn't play it. Yeah,
but I think
No, it's very little. But I thought knight a5 is an interesting try because here somehow I saw this rook a1.
I think you played perfectly because you are almost pushing, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, okay, rook a7 maybe I should have tried. Yeah.
Then maybe even e4 is possible, no?
e4? Are you sure about e4? I was not completely sure about e4. I mean, check rook e7, you don't lose any piece, yeah? Rook e8, rook b8.
Knight c4.
I don't know, rook b5, something. No, probably not. But if I take,
king takes?
Well, at least this is more, yeah. Maybe a little more chances or not. Not really.
No, I don't think so.
Knight b4. Sorry, knight b4 probably. Just to bother you a bit.
Yeah, but I think your bishop is very bad.
I understand it should be a draw, of course. But I mean, maybe rook c7. Yeah, a bit more chances to bother you. Yeah.
I think your bishop is very bad in this particular version, but of course with the pawn on e4.
But your e4 pawn is bad. I mean, there are some small issues. Yeah, but actually I was not sure about after rook a7. Actually, I was not sure about just taking on c6. I mean, maybe in fact it's good for you to give up one guy and then knight to c4. Maybe it's better for you. Strangely enough. I mean, maybe so.
Although I think this is how you. If you
but I mean, of course, if you get bishop here, but the problem I have problem with coordination. Bishop e4, f5, maybe rook c2 is coming. I
would never do this now. Bishop e4,
but maybe
bishop e1. I think this is how you are.
Bishop e4, okay, maybe knight c4. I mean, it's just difficult to. For me, I was not sure if I manage simply to coordinate my pieces, but okay. If I do, there will be some.
Bishop a1.
I don't know, knight d6, and okay, maybe you will rook c5, I don't know.
e4?
Yeah,
this
and if you play
e4,
really nice e4, then you have rook d7. Maybe.
This is how you are.
No, that's true. Yeah. But in any
case, made a lot of moves by yourself. Which
no, but the thing is that of course, rook a5 is very. But knight e7 and knight e5. Yeah, that was my plan. But then I realized because knight c8 I can still play for a long time. But the problem is this, and rook e5, rook b8. I mean, this what I thought it just okay. I can try 4 against 3, but it's just a draw. But I mean, okay, if I just bishop c3,
4 against 3, I think is a great.
Yeah, but okay, you're in time for h5. If I at least have g4, maybe I would go for it. But bishop c3 and knight c6 or something. I mean,
this is a little better for white.
A little, but really.
Yeah, but you don't have this in the game.
Really draw.
You don't have this in the game. No, rook c5.
Rook b6 simply.
You can even put the bishop on f6 and play g4.
Oh, h5, king goes. I mean, I thought it a5, rook a6 at some point. I thought it was just a draw basically. I mean, because I thought here at least I can try a bit. And actually, I was tempted by I made a trap. I mean, I thought if he plays rook c8. Okay, the problem is that maybe I can still take on e5. I was not sure, but the thing is that e4 is winning on the spot. That was my trap.
Nice.
Check and ed and no defense against bishop a3. I mean, so I was so tempted to, to make this trap, but e4, yeah, okay.
Move of a grown man, e4.
But in fact, if not e4, black is in trouble. I mean, you probably will end up 4 against 3. I mean,
no, I can play also passive, like f6 maybe, but...
Yeah, but it's e4, it's very annoying,
yeah,
very, very unpleasant. Yeah, I mean, this position I would really already,
no, this
you know,
better, but I think it's still maybe still holding. But yeah,
no, holdable, definitely hold, but okay, but e4, yeah, I mean, here, it's still actually even this strangely not, yeah, in fact, if not h5, I would be in time for g4, okay, it's still some pressure, yeah, but
after h3, can you play f5?
Yeah, the thing was
yeah, you can, of course, but
g4, I think.
Yeah, g4. I mean, I don't know. Somehow
take twice.
Rook. No, this is tricky. I think he will go even king g2. I was not so sure. Maybe.
Yeah, okay. I'll pick up these 2 pawns, and then it will be a draw anyway. Yeah. This is how it's.
I'm not sure
joking.
is even getting lost.
No, I'm joking.
Okay.
No,
not at all. But I think the thing in the game is that I'm allowing g4, but the knight on a5 on c6 is completely misplaced.
No, I mean, in fact, if I manage to get my king and knight, okay, I have some chances.
Knight a5.
Knight a5. Yeah, but knight a5, my knight is even more misplaced.
I don't think so. No, it's coming somewhere to c4 sometimes.
But okay, c4 will be difficult. But what is my next? I mean, okay, if you just
king f6, let's say.
Yeah, king g2.
King g2.
I don't know. Yeah.
King g, or king g2. I think knight is a bit better placed
somehow.
here.
No, I thought knight a7 was actually quite clever because I won knight b5, knight d6 somehow.
Yeah, but it didn't work because of check f6.
I don't know here. Okay, rook b5. Yeah, because knight b5, bishop a5, I'm cut.
Yeah.
Rook b5 is a kind of try, but yeah, okay, bishop a3 probably draw.
Yeah,
anyway,
and then just for fun, I decided to give an exchange.
No, but you're right. In fact, okay, it's complete draw.
Complete
draw. I mean, if not, at least I can.
But my mother was worried because she's looking at chess bomb and give a little plus here. I think +1. So I made my mother worried, and I felt very bad.
No, but in fact, otherwise I still can press a bit. I mean, bishop d6.
Bishop d6, there is a problem.
King h3.
I think something very nasty like
knight d8 is also possible, but it's a draw. Knight d8. Knight d8. The draw was just simply this.
No, rook b5. Rook b5.
Yeah, and king g4.
Knight f7.
Yeah, but it's complete draw.
No, okay, then you are. How exactly?
Take rook e7 and just you stay simply.
Are you sure? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean just stay. I mean, I cannot do anything. No, my plan was more tricky. I wanted to play king h3.
But then I saw some draw, no?
F5 knight d8. F5 knight d8, strangely enough. Yeah, and bishop c5, rook f6, and again f5 knight d8 somehow.
I think I saw something here, but.
I mean, maybe it's a draw after f5 knight d8, but all of a sudden everything starts to be hanging, and otherwise I want rook b5 check, g5 check, you know, at least to get. So I was.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I thought, okay, if you don't play rook 6, at least I can try, but rook c6, of course, just.
But I couldn't understand if you take on c6. I mean, if you don't play f3.
Oh, there is a nice trick, by the way. There is a nice trick.
Yeah.
I just cannot even make any progress.
King h3 and Zugzwang, yeah, you think? Zugzwang like this, yeah? Yeah, but there is king g6, you go king g4, that's the point of your play, then I go f5.
No, but this
is draw. I mean, even like this. Even king g5,
no,
bishop g5.
No,
yeah,
but anyhow, just a total draw. So I didn't even see.
Your only way is to go around and then the f2 becomes
then it will not.
No, because also bishop
this is the kind of Zugzwang though, so this I had to see, the king g6 is...
yeah, but what kind of, I mean, I don't even understand what's the problem if you just go king e6,
king g4,
come on.
bishop c3, what's the problem?
No, but
just king e5.
No, this is the problem. Rook b5,
bishop e1. Okay, you just attack.
Bishop e1. Yeah.
No, I thought there is absolutely zero chance.
Yeah. Okay, also.
For white, so I didn't bother.
Yeah. Okay, it's. Yeah, it's
okay. I lost this kind of endgame against Leko, but okay, it was me in the World Championship match, and in fact it was 3 against 3, I think. But here,
yeah, it was completely. It was the study like this G6 H5 thing.
It was much more difficult. But this I just thought it's such a draw. I mean, there is simply zero chance. So yeah.
So is the kid getting stronger? What's going on there?
Yeah, he starts to make draws. I mean, one day will come, he's going to beat me even. I mean, it's hard to believe, but it might happen one day, you know, before I retire.
Yeah, I realized you're not going. Actually, my plan was to wait for you to retire, but then I realized you're not going to do that, so I decided, okay, let's make some draws. No, but really, I felt like, okay, I have a problem with only one player, and it's Vladimir, and he's going to retire, because I'm reading his interview, so all is great. And I'm waiting, losing in the meantime, you know, here and there. I'm waiting, but then I realized he's just not going to retire at all.
But
because I'm always playing the same tournaments with you, so why should I retire?
So I decided maybe I should hold something for once.
Anish, last and very important question. Because I've asked everybody this recently. If you were on a desert island and you could choose one of the participants to be with you to maximize your survival chances, whom would you take? Because you're a very popular choice.
But you mean to play chess with, or just
no, to survive,
communicate?
to get off the island.
Somehow, I don't trust anyone, but I have a feeling that Chao might be onto something with his Chinese wisdom.
You think?
He already has this thing, you know, to put.
This tiger bomb stuff.
Yeah, no, this.
But you can't bring the tiger bomb.
Smelly. So I thought that that might help a little.
Because Luke van Wely said he would take you, but only to leave you behind, so he's Dutch number 1, yeah?
Yes.
And Van Kempen also wanted to take you because he thought you were the only one he could boss around, yes? So the people chose you, but not for the right reason. Vladimir, do you have a preference?
From the participants of this tournament?
Yes.
Actually, maybe Magnus, because I would play, analyze with him. It's the most interesting. You know, you have to spend time somehow, and actually we can really make some great chess work, yeah? So maybe this. Well, I mean, again, the question is if it's forever. I mean, we are going to end up our lives there, or just for some time? If for some time, then I would take the best chess player, obviously.
But maybe some of these guys can actually help you get off the island, you know, with their life skills.
You mean this? No, I mean, if there is a chance, I would get off myself. I mean, and if there is no chance...
Or would you bring Magnus with you, or would you leave him there?
No, okay, yeah, no. Well, it depends how he will behave, but I guess most likely I will take him back. No, I guess we will be like 50 elo points more after that in 1 year or two. Yeah, it's probably a good choice.
You see,
I'm a hardcore chess player, you know.
Improving some of our knowledge as a species is important. Getting off the island is not really that relevant.
All right, with that settled, thanks a lot, guys. And
I'm also realizing that if that would happen, Magnus will suddenly learn how to play the Berlin, yeah? And then he's coming back, he's never losing a game again, yeah? He's coming back, just King E8, H5, all till the end.
I'm worried he's already a bad influence for Vladimir. All these d4, bishop f4s you've been playing, it's like too much exposure to Magnus.
Vladimir started the whole thing.
Alrighty then. Thanks for that, and we'll see you around tomorrow.
See you.
That's it for today.
Yeah, that was very, very nice, as expected. Anish does good press conferences, you know.
Both of these guys.
Yeah. So what's on the menu for tomorrow?
Tomorrow we do have Anish Giri with the white pieces against Levon Aronian.
Yeah, should be interesting.
That should be interesting. Then we do have the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and probably his first game against Chao.
No, they played in Qatar, right?
Sorry, he won a nice game in Qatar, of course.
Yeah.
I even looked at that game and made a video about it, but I can't remember, I think. So, Magnus Carlsen with black against Chao, Pavel Eljanov with white against Veselin Topalov, and MVL faces Vladimir Kramnik. Then, last but not least, Niels Grandelius against Pantala Harikrishna.
Yeah, lots of stuff to look forward to, but I think that will be true for every single round here. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European with round 4 of Altibox Norway Chess, and thanks for watching.
Go premium. Do it now.